Hello everyone. Alright, get the game booted up. Now, Jesus Christ, that's loud. I also have to turn on. I forgot to turn on my desktop audio. Oopsies. Yeah, I messed up. Okay, how do I... There's a way to fix this. Okay, I'm just gonna restart this. Okay. To make it work, I always have to launch the configuration tool, boot up that. Hello, Tacos. Why does Marvelous attack me every time? Okay, there we go. I'm just going to keep moving on with the story here. Haven't done any grinding off screen. Just haven't really had time like I have. This is the first week in a little bit I've had time to do anything, really. I know I took, what was it, a full week break there? Is it a week or 2 weeks break? I think it might have been 2 weeks break. Was 2 weeks break. I streamed with Seki. I don't remember. It's been a hot minute, though. I just have not had time to come back to this game. Alright. Let's hope that we can actually make good progress today. Our campaign is proceeding well enough. I believe And I have you and our subjects to thank for it. That said, this is not a Holy Grail war. We fight a much grander scale now. Full control of entire territories. In truth, I wonder if I've been pushing your precious body past its limits. I'm not pushing myself. I've been nervous sometimes, even scared, but then I remember how much we've already accomplished to come this far. It wouldn't be proper to call it fun, but that's how it feels sometimes. And that's not bravado at all. When I'm alongside Saber, everything feels effortless. Being right here with her is just my nature. My head may not remember everything from before, but my body certainly does. Well, technically, I'm just a mind right now, but that aside. I see. If so, that warms my heart. Allow me to continue earning your trust and respect, then. Let us go on claiming victories all across Seraph. I'm counting on you, Praetor. All that said, there's one matter that troubles me. No doubt it troubles you as well. I speak of the second Praetor who stood with Castor. There, next to the Blue Fox, gesturing with the slightest hint of vanity. I think I missed that last time, but it gave me a chance to do it again. Yes, it is just as you say. Worries call for action, after all. Normally I'd be in the field already, but you, Praetor, have a way of making me hesitate. I do? We need to take care of that. If Hakuno Kishinami isn't with Saber 100%, she won't be able to bring out her full strength. She needs my support. I'll make it as clear as I can that I stand by her all the way. When she knows that, she can push aside her doubts. Again, your wisdom shines upon us all. Praetor, but why are you so close all of a sudden? Should I have sensed your passion? Did I gaze too long upon you? How embarrassing of me. But your words have cleared my mind. Castor's Praetor may look like you, but no one could compare to the genuine article. Your glory is the envy of all imitators, and we'll prove that to Castor the next time she and her copycats show their faces. Alright, that means I should be able to... Oh, not Codecast. So I should probably give myself a new Codecast. Yeah, I have a new increase. Moon Drive. Yeah, because that was really good last time. Alright, and then let's get a Mystic Code here. Being able to change is really nice, and this just gives me a decoy. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a Cohort's Mantle and then switch that out for what I'm wearing now. Yeah, it's just the same thing except better. I don't really need the decoy, but eh. Okay, let's keep going. Side missions. Automatic exceptional on stage select side mission requirement will be switched randomly. I see. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about this right now, but that's... What level am I? I'm level 8. I do remember level getting away from me during my personal playthrough by the final stage of this, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. I don't mind doing a little grinding on stream if I need to. Okay. Be very cautious. Apparently another holy sword wielder equal to myself is here on the battlefield. Gawain warned us to be cautious, but my heart is on fire. This is the second time I can face the sun. Let us decide who shines brighter, Apollon or ourselves. There is nothing to fear. Do you not agree, Praetor? No one else could ever eclipse my heavenly light. The thought of her light engulfs my imagination. She could be the sun. She shines so brightly, especially when she smiles. I'm not trying to flatter her. I'm not even trying to be poetic. Depending on the circumstance, Saber could match Gawain's holy sword shine for shine. Though I've heard her compare herself to the Muses, I'd actually place her on higher than them. In fact, I'd compare her to Venus itself. What? But Venus? That's not... Not that I would deny it, of course, but even you fluster me. My heart nearly stopped to hear you say such things. How flustered must I be to satisfy you? Truly, we need to restore your other half, or my body will not be able to keep up. My cheeks are hotter than Apollo's flames. Wait, Praetor, there's something there. Oh, look at that, you're back in your normal outfit. How shameless. Just because you think no one's listening? I may be greedy, but you're insatiable. It's so irritating, really. You have something I desperately need, and you want to go on stealing from me? Restore the other half? Take my master? Where do you get off calling yourself righteous? No, you're more like a dirty, thieving cat, a conniving fiend who wants to steal my love. Playtime is officially over. It's been a fun little party, but now it's time for me to show you the door. I couldn't have said it better myself, Castor. How dare you oppose the glory of the Roman Empire? Turn over your stolen lands and I'll give you only 20 years in prison. My, you're awfully full of yourself considering you're not even the proper chosen one. You know, sometimes I envy your ignorant bliss. I wish I could dream the dreams of a simple young wife, but reality always ensues. But that's a different story. It's time to end your little winning streak, and your family along with it. I can blow away your puny little empire with a whiff of my tail. Then prepare yourself, Castor. I take no joy in fighting a former ally, but I will do whatever must be done. And the same to you, Emperor of Fools. I've been putting off this duel out of pity for you, but there's none of that left to me now. And another thing, enough of your shining like the sun nonsense. The only thing that needs to shine is my tail. Feel the heat like the light of two suns, and know your place. And as for you, my other husband, please wait just a little longer. I'll free you from her clutches in no time. Keep your wiles to yourself, you scheming fox. Oh, don't talk to me about wiles, wench. Now, you know where to find me. Of course, that doesn't mean you can reach me. Oh, I got locked in. Oh. Hi, Bathory. Oh wait, I'm actually fighting her. I didn't even notice. Ah. I forgot how to lock on. And she's gone. Oh no, she's still here. There we go. I figured it out. wanting to claim that. That would be a mess. One might even say a nightmare. Okay, get these bottles. I can actually see them on this stage. Thank you, bright color palette of the floor. Okay. Moving on. Get that flower. Come on, flower. Alright, I could claim this, but it's probably better that I go straight for the next flower. Not flower, it's a plant, but yeah. That said, I am about to lose, so I need to claim this place as soon as this plant is dead. There's an enemy servant? Oh, yeah, you're kidding. I see another plant, too. Hang on. Not worth fighting that servant yet. I need to deal with that plant. Oh, I just lost. Alright, gonna have to try it again, I guess. Can I... Let's not wander straight into the Elizabeth trap. Because that's what screwed me over last time, I'm 90% sure. Oh, boy. Okay. Gonna make me fight one servant before I leave. Have a good night, Frozen Lion. Okay. Okay. Another plant. Oh, bye, Gawain. Where are you? Oh, did I just lose again? Yep. Alright, we're going to try it again. Basically, I need to not engage those servants if I can help it, but... Because that's what screwed me over both times. It's just throwing me so far behind. Okay, so first things first, go after the plant. Don't touch the servants. The servants are marked with a 2 on that map. Go straight for the plants. Plant is gone. Skip these aggressors for the moment. Go after the second plant. Don't go to the servant. Plant's probably immediately going to spawn back in that one place, but until I see it do that, I should... Now it wants me to take out the enemy servants. Okay. Hi, TR Origins. Where is she? Where is she? There she is. Come on, lock on. I'll go after that plant in 2 seconds. Alright, now going after the plant. I should go save Gawain. Where are you? Of course a frickin' plant appears. Okay, back to Karna. Otherwise, he is just gonna take out Gawain. Oh, there's another plant. I'm just gonna take this territory. Unless this is like a big guy, I'm gonna take this territory real quickly. Save my ass for... Give my ass just a little bit of padding. Alright, taking out the plant. Oh, wrong way. Alright, taking this territory while I'm here, and there's... Oh, nope, there's another plant. Thank you for that. Alright, now taking this territory while there's no plants. Oh, and now a plant's appeared. Oh, look, another plant. Okay. I actually probably should back off this place for a second to go deal with that plant. How much HP does the big guy have? Too much. Yeah, I need to go deal with that plant. Wait, the little guy is right there. Okay. We're gonna go deal with that plant. And now there's a plant back in the one I just defeated. Okay. All right. Now I could go on to caster, but I'd rather actually get the full points on this stage, so. Alright. There was a box back there. I needed that? Okay.
プラントがいる。奴から倒さなければ制圧はできないぞ。
I'll go deal with that plant. Yeah, fuck it. I give up. I am tired of this.
便利なものよな。
I was just getting real old really fast. I used Archer the first day. I didn't use him in this fight. I haven't used him here at all though. All right. When I used Ku the first time, didn't I? I don't know.
ここで終わらせます。この運命、そなたと共に開くがよい。着替えいくです。プレメール。ここで終わらせます。お覚悟を。おとなしく降伏せよ、キャスター。信用は世に任せるのだ。おとなしく降伏せよ、キャスター。信用は世に任せるのだ。
キャスターは願いを使った。気をつけろ。一旦距離を取ってください。
この程度の時間にマジと2回くじ同じ日にようで押され始めたですね。
宝具を使うつもりだ。すぐに食い止めぞ。よく止めた。その調子で時を食えぞ。キャスターは願いを使った。気をつけろ。一旦距離を取って戦うぞ。
そろそろ本気を出さないとまずいかも。ピンチかも。良いな。良いな。愛の力思い知ったか。
There we go.
やはり神卓球は強い。
Ooh.
あなたが強いわけではないのです。
I'll take some time to look through chat in a bit, guys. Yeah, I finished everyone's mission except for Nero's. That's funny.
勝負あったな、キャスター。
The battle is over, Caster. The Praetor and I have won. Why? Wasn't supposed to be this way. Am I still no match for you? It's like I've gone from yin to yang. I just wanted to be... Enough. Prepare to die, Caster. I understand. It's natural. It makes perfect sense. Hakuno Kishinami, the other me, steps between the fallen Caster and Saber's blade without hesitation. By now, I think I've come to understand. The Hakuno standing there truly is me. If Saber had fallen, I'm sure I would have done the same thing. That's how I know for sure. That she's the other half of me, and that she truly is Caster's master. What a magnanimous soul you have. I've been so foolish. I thought you'd run off to be with Saber after I lost. I'm so dumb. Pretty but dumb. I should have believed in our love. We should have just forgotten all about Seraph and lived happily ever after. I shouldn't have forced this onto you. I shouldn't have meddled with who you were. Me cold? Well, I know one thing. The other me is cool. You didn't force me. It was fun. Castor's partner understood her needs and trusted her without hesitation. Castor, you. I can see the bloodlust fading from Saber's eyes. Castor and her partner have a bond just like Saber and I do. It's just like ours. It's invisible and unbreakable. Even I couldn't cut that bond, and this is myself I'm talking about. Servant and master, or maybe even more than that, to try to tear them apart would be boorish and wrong. That's how I see it. You're so beautiful, my husband, Hakuno Kishinami. I think I've fallen for you all over again. Whether I live, die, or move towards Yang, it's our destiny to be together, come heaven or hell. Those words, unspoken for too long, let me say them again, just this one last time. I was blessed with great fortune. Wait. Was I not the victor here? Should not this scene have been filled with endless cheers and confetti? Why must we watch your grand final confession? I don't know how to answer that. My husband and I were defeated. The tears started flowing and... This is beyond... This is psychological warfare. So be it. If you would truly go to these lengths to paint me as a villain, I shall spare your life. So Saber, are you saying... Am I not clear enough? I may have proven myself the superior king, but you are the more devoted servant. Now listen well, Castor. Your surrender to me, you are now my subject, and your regalia is mine by right of conquest. As for the matter of the two praetors, I suppose we can take our time to find another solution. For I am a generous emperor and the noble king. In other words, the moon cell chose wisely. Congratulations on reuniting all of Seraph. Hello, obvious villain is obvious. Miko and abuse avoided. Please pardon, my lord. In order to reunite the regalia, I, in my duty of the moon cell system engineer, must utilize my skills. For that reason, I was ordered to rush here as soon as possible. Please excuse my poor manners. Please excuse the delay. We were planning to return straight away once the regalia was in our hands. Now then, Castor, do you accept the terms of surrender? You may keep your master for now, but you will render your regalia to me. Very well. Castor, Tomonamae, pay tribute to the true king. But rejoice, once the regalia's pieces are joined, so too will the two aspects of the master unite into one. The great danger is past, now our sovereign reigns over us all. Oh, wait, is that true? Her master will become a part of yours. It's only natural. Now allow me to initiate the process. But wait, allow me to speak to Castor. Castor, I'm terribly sorry, but now that we know your master cannot stay with you. Don't even joke about that. Are you trying to make me unsurrender? Do nothing rash. There must be a better solution to this. Do you not agree, Praetor? I do agree. It's best to stay calm and find an acceptable compromise. But there's a bigger issue. I can't blame Saber or Castor for not noticing. Under the circumstances, I'd have expected Archimedes to notice at least, but he must be too wrapped up in his work. The mortifying shadow creeping from behind. Yoink! Motherfucker. What? Lucky jackpot! Pennies from heaven. Got myself the regalia. What are you doing? Dark Erzabet, you still have yet to relent. Call me Dark Eliza, or better yet, Dark Ellie. Now listen, what you're doing here doesn't suit either of you. You know why? What you ought to be doing is just sitting back and acknowledging the real anti-hero in all this. Me. And why bother turning those two little scrollies back into one? The more the merrier, right? I want a bigger audience, and I want more fans, and groupies, and lovers, and all the best food. I want it all, you hear me? And lucky for me, I'm born nobility. I know what a ruler needs. Fairness, kindness, and the love of her subjects. So I'm going to squeeze everyone with equal kindness, tax your blood fairly, and by the time you're all dry husks, you'll love me for it. Huh? What is this? Hey, how do I get my new power, right? It's not going to punish me for being unworthy or anything, is it? All that boasting seems a little awkward now, doesn't it? No, this ring is mine. Okay, it didn't fit my finger, but it's mine. You're absolutely wrong, Elizabeth. Now take it off. I will say no more. No, not while I'm finally, right here in the spotlight. I'd rather die. It's too bright. Okay, I'll take it off. It's not coming off. This isn't coming off.
外れないわよこれ。
The mana's going out of control. It must be the ring's way of rejecting the unworthy. Then that can only mean... Damn it, Elizabeth! It's been completely disintegrated. Half the symbol of authority over the moon cell gone.
今のうちに
Now's our chance. Quickly, husband. With me. Well, you can't you simply accept your loss? And just when we agreed to your humiliating surrender. Oh, what are you talking about, Saber? We've got nothing left to fight over now that Regalia is gone, so what's the problem? Oh, and please don't worry. I'll take good care of my dearest. Someplace where no one else can see. Do whatever you please. Be king of Seraph, whatever. But just for your own good, don't go around thinking you've won. All you've done is take on everyone's problems.
待て。言うだけ言って消えるのか。
You would vanish after spitting such vile words, you insufferable fool. What is this? What is this? Oh, who needed that stupid Regalia symbol anyways? If it couldn't handle my shine, it was just a cheap toy to begin with. They say the moon cell is supposed to be generous, right? It couldn't give me a better ring. Well, it's not like I'm sad about it or anything. What are you standing around for, you bunch of idiots? You are the idiot, Elizabeth Bathory. Why do you even exist? A Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist machine? I have no idea. It can't be. It's impossible. Even with the Regalia split, a clash between two of them couldn't possibly end like this. How could it possibly break? It couldn't. It's impossible. And how will I perform the update now? Without the full royal authority, it's impossible to run the system update unless the system update itself just now. Could there have been some context-sensitive function that updated the system automatically? No. There's no way. His tone is irritated, but his face is still calm. I wonder if anything can break the facade short of a loss of a loved one. It's difficult to know what might be going through his head at the moment. However stoic his expression, he's certainly discouraged, and he doesn't seem to care if we know it. He must be deeply devoted to his work. Just as I find something to say to him, Saber quietly shushes me. Your concerns are far greater than mine, you know. We let your second half get away, in other words. You still face the threat of mortality. The thought of it alone brings tears to my eyes. I tell her it's okay, that everything will be alright, even though I have absolutely no way of backing it up. Your smile is a marvel, you know. I simply look upon your face and my tears recede. And I, in turn, must do all I can for you. There is no time to linger here. Great scholar Archimedes, I understand that you are in shock, but please stay focused. What transpired is unfortunate, but not irreparable. We must devise another plan. For now, let us regroup. Yes, of course. I apologize for my emotional state. Think nothing of it. The fact remains that we unified Seraph. It is far too early to give up, great scholar. We shall return in victory, not in sorrow. Hold your head high and shine brighter than the sun itself. The sky. No, my intuition tells me it's not the sky. It's not the sky. The world is about to break right here, right now. Hi, Altera. I see it. She has another Regalia. Beyond the break of the world is a pitch-black dimension, impossible to see through until an ominous light surges forward. A different class of hostile program, or are they programs at all? I understand at once. They are broken programs. They are diseased, unable to function as they once did. All they do is run and run and run until their bodies crumble and break. They are the embodiment of destruction, and I can only imagine how many lives they've already destroyed. They cannot be allowed within the Seraph. They are an incurable disease, a poison that kills life, a predatory virus leeching off the world itself. They are void cells. Restraining magic has no effect. Damn these things! Scholar! It's no use. Saber and I both reach for him, but neither of us have any chance of grabbing him in time. The army of destruction rains down onto Seraph's soil and consumes Archimedes whole. I have a sickening feeling that both of us are next. That feeling. What happens next feels almost like a dream. All at once, the army halts. Apparently, they're taking orders from the Maiden in White. The Maiden in Wait. Haven't I seen her before? I am. I am the great king. I am destruction itself, falling like a star to crush all those beneath. A maiden in white, brown skin, thin figure, red eyes. A warrior, that's how I could best describe her. She looks right at home with the sword in her hand, just like Saber. Destruction. She swings her sword, and afterwards nothing remains. Nothing. As if she seared a whole dimension away from existence. Channeling so much power into one strike without even revealing her true identity. She must be a dragon type. No more than that. I can hear amazement in Saber's voice. She's impressed and surprised, but there's something darker in her voice as well. Something like fear. Our eyes meet. There I am, face to face with the maiden who cuts away realities. Ah, and I realize something. I do know her. At least I've seen her before. I remember now that episode of Vertigo after the fight with Medusa. What had been a murky dream is now eye to eye with me. I've never met her, not truly. I shouldn't know, but I can say her name. The Sword of Mars, the Scourge of God, wherever her home might be, it must be close to the throne of heaven. Her name is Altera. What did you just say, Praetor? Altera, is that her name? No, it could not have been you, even if it did sound like you. Whatever voice called her name, that her name must have come from beyond the darkness. Something does indeed lurk in the darkness beyond the bleak world, the break in the world. At first I can see its face, but I hear its voice. That was not what we agreed to, Altera. Please curb your destructive impulses for a bit. Saber's right, the voice does sound like me. If I recorded myself and played it back, that's just what I would sound like. And that voice's owner is standing right next to Altera. It's a strange life I live, where I see a duplicate of myself standing next to a potential enemy. And my first thought is, this again? A third Praetor? She is certainly surprised and confused, but again, I still sense the same fear as well. There is no fear in the other me, only calm and analytical interest. I did not give you permission to show yourself. How dare you defy me? Her body language is clear. She carries herself with an unquestioning fealty toward Altera. The other me, my reflection, holds both affinity and hostility. She gives Saber a curious look. Do you recognize Saber? I ask. No, I've never seen her before. I can feel Saber's sorrow. No matter what the circumstance, the image of me giving her that cold, indifferent look is unbearable to her. I remember she told me she was heartbroken once before. I can imagine her pain. So, you claim not to know me, not, Praetor? That you have no recollection of me whatsoever? The two others remembered me, even when they could not remember themselves, but you say you have never seen me at all? Do you not recall fighting alongside me? Have you forgotten that all I have done for you, Master? Silence, woman. My prisoner speaks to me alone. We must sink, Praetor. Become one with me. Hurry. All right. I'm gonna shift over to chat for a minute because, unlike Fate Extra, I can't casually watch chat while I'm in the middle of a fight. Otherwise, I'm probably going to lose. So let's see what chat's been up to. Okay. Let's see. China's been censoring almost all the Chinese servants, so they try to make the game proper. Yeah, it's a little hard to do 3 Kingdom servants because the Chinese market's pretty against Chinese servants being added. Let's see. Aw, poor cat. Guide for stage 3 agrees. Avoid CNF. Yeah. Yeah. Hitting CNF completely screwed over my first 2 runs. Stella. Yes, Gawain died to a normal enemy. First thing to ever learn about any games that are Musou games is everybody is useless except for you. I did not end up using Archer. Not really. I'm mostly focusing on using Nero unless there's like a reason to use the other servants during her arc. Because I will do the side stories at some point, even as like one-off streams or as maybe not one-off streams, as their own like little separate streams. Extella is really good for those side stories because it just gives me fake content after Extella. The only side stories I'm doing are the ones where if it's like story relevant, I'll get to it when they unlock. So if you see it one that's like, hey, that's very story relevant, I'll do it. Otherwise, it'll be saved for its own separate thing, and that's when I'll use those servants more. I'm keeping the switch up though in case I get low on health with no restore. Then I can just swap to another servant and save my ass. Altera's outfit does look a lot better in 3D. Yeah. It's unfortunate that the normal enemies are just kind of... They overpower your own characters. The characters are given the same AI usually as the normal enemies. Whew, and so we returned, by great fortune or the grace of the gods. Imagine the great Nero Claudius and her glorious praetor forced to retreat with scarcely even a proper name to call our foe. Despite all our past victories, it seems we still have much to learn. Perhaps we are not yet equals in the to the great Caesar. We're still alive, thanks to you. When the light of destruction swallowed us both, I thought it was the end for sure. But Saber saved us both, and here we are, healing up in my room. Soon enough, we'll both be good as new. Do not shower such praise on me this time. It was you who saved us both. Alone, I fear I would have failed, but I consumed it in the light. Such a terrible state of affairs. Please forgive my lack of power on this occasion. After all, her destruction was no great spectacle. I could easily compose one far grander. Or so I wish to say, but my heart has yet to rise from its sunken depths. Against such raw, rampaging aggression, even one such as I must be well and truly exhausted to worry so, Praetor. May I rest alongside you? The new Seraph expands automatically. Of course, some of its territories are based on Rome. But all in all, its lands are as diverse as they would be on Earth, complete with various resources. For example, in one territory you can harvest tea leaves, with an especially pleasant aroma, I might add. The tea leaves, is that what they are? Since I don't have many memories, all I can do is nod along with her. I tilt my head in a way that I hope looks natural. Now be honest, I'm not entirely clear on what it means for Seraph to be expanding on its own. Were I to speculate from my own vivid imagination, I might suppose Seraph might be trying to imitate Earth. Not in Earth's current state, bleak and blasted as it is, but old Earth, back when it was lush and green. Stars in the sky, flowers from the ground. If that's the era it wishes to recreate, then of course new growth would be a part of that. She might be right. If I see the new Seraph from a broader angle, will I get the same impression she does? Then we must conclude this campaign at once. Let us stride across every great land this moon can offer us. First, we should visit that fox's city, blooming as it is with such beautiful flowers. Oh, and speaking of the fox, what were your impressions of her other than you standing beside her? The great scholar spoke of your soul, but I saw no such thing there. I saw a being devoid of spirit, without purpose or identity. The other Hakuno Kishinami, I must have been thinking about that ever since we first met. I didn't get much of an impression from the other me at that time. Of course, Master. You were never particularly assertive to begin with, quiet and reserved as you always tended to be. Even so, you always had a certain strength, an undying optimism in your very core. I could scarcely bear it at times, but enough of that. It seemed that Castor had deceived your soul somehow, but there was something else there, something fragile. As if Castor had some kind of maternal instinct toward her version of you. Perhaps that's what's been troubling me. I see, you're very keen. Keen enough to watch both sides of you intensely, I assure you. For you and the other are indeed two parts of the same person. I may have called the other an imitation, but that would demean you. What matters is that you are the one who came to me. We may have battles ahead, all of which we'll win, of course, but regardless, you and I will be together throughout. So please worry not, and forgive my thoughtlessness, my dear Praetor. Alright, next up, let's take a look at instant skills, because I have another slot open to me. I'm just like power buffing Nero here with extra attack damage. Okay, and craft. That gives me a heal and resist flame. 2 heals, which is a 4 heals total, which is good. So, swap out's good. It gives me the ability to escape, and it's only 1 more heal than that. Decoy is really the only thing I'm like, yeah, I don't really need decoy, and resist flame, we'll see. I can actually see that being useful, so I'm not going to discount having it around. The fuck, you're alive? It is good to see you safe and sound, Your Majesty. The enemy fortunately swallowed me up, but I somehow managed to escape. I had thought you lost for certain. Great Scholar, it does me good to see you well. The Praetor is also well, as you can see. With the 3 of us together again, our troubles are as a breezes against our mighty bulwarks. Impressive. Your enemies mount, but your spirit endures. I should have expected as much from the start. Even after witnessing such destruction with your own eyes, you still hold strong. Seraph could not ask for a more dependable king. I suggest we shore up our forces first. While half the regalia may be gone, the automated system is still producing our military units. Additionally, our base of operations is both hidden and well defended. I knew this place had its advantages, but I dared not dream they would extend quite so far. Regardless, we won't win hiding here. The White Servant's forces are powerful, and her sword is on par with Vesuvio's fury. More than that, her master is... Right, there's no doubt that her master is the 3rd Haku no Kishinami. There must be a story behind that, but I can't imagine what it is. Do you have any ideas, Great Scholar? It's fair to surmise that the 3rd Haku no Kishinami is the master's body, and Castor, of course, still retains the soul. Body and soul. So I'm the mind of Haku no Kishinami, Castor's version is the soul, and the one with the White Servant represents my body. Okay, I can get on board with that. To be honest, when I first saw the second me, I had a feeling that might be the case. Because, well, think about it. If there's more than one of you, why assume they'd stop at 2? Your thoughts are both confusing and magnificent. Truly a praetor in name and deed, gentle and grand. These 3 beings are kind of a trinity. Now, generally, a digital life form requires all 3 to be connected. But oddly enough, this one time, the 3 of them have become independent, each with its own digital shell or cyberframe. Unfortunately for yourself, Praetor, the mind is the least stable of the 3, and there is no dedicated vessel to record its data, such as a body or soul. That data is in constant risk of fading away entirely. But there is a solution, isn't there, Great Scholar? Indeed, I have confirmed that the object the White Servant wore was in fact the other regalia, much like Castor had before. So to amend my earlier statement, the regalia must have been split into 3 pieces, not 2. 3 praetors, 3 regalia, and now a royal authority rests with, Very well. I should not have assumed this would be simple. More to the point, if we restore the Regalia, then Praetor will return to normal. Of course, Castor's Regalia has been broken, but Altera's Regalia still remains. If we establish one fused Regalia as the core, we can recreate the Master Cyberframe and place the mind at the center. I understand, just enough of that to approve. In any case, our goal remains unchanged. Does it not, Praetor? We need only fight to keep Seraph united and repel the invading army. Powerful as Altera may be, she caught us exhausted after our fight with Castor. Against our full strength, she will surely yield. Oh, I don't know about that. A good general needs to be confident for sure, but be careful not to take that too far. That heroic spirit, I don't know if Altera is her real name or not, but it's certain she's exceptional. She has to be some kind of special case. Her noble phantasm can't be explained by normal rules. There must be a secret to it. Lancer, am I assumed you clashed with Altera and you were able to grasp her identity? No, we did technically fight, briefly. But when I saw how strong she was, I backed off immediately. But beside that, Miss Emperor, it's hard for me to say this, but... Sir Kukoin, our Majesty has already recovered. Please speak freely. Fine, I might as well get it out now. We were seconds away from our final victory over that fox lady Tamamo. She had one sliver of territory ripe for the taking. Yes, of course. And now she's defeated. She's escaped and she will never return. But now, instead of taking that one sliver from Tamamo, we need only take it from Altera, yes? Not so much. Yeah, nope. What do you mean? You two seem to be getting along quite well. Praetor and I spent a day and a half rest and... Bingo, while you two were out, Altera's forces stomped me overnight over everything in sight. In half a day, no, not even that, they took over 80% of Seraph. 80? Yeah. Did you just say 80%? Yes, I did. Gawain, Assassin, that archer, and I all manned our posts and fought like hell. But they swarmed every one of us. If we hadn't cut our losses, they'd sealed off at the last 20 from the rest. They'd already be here too. That girl got guts, whoever she is. You can tell she's used to crushing her enemies. On top of that, her subordinates are no joke either. The great hero of Macedonia, was it? I never thought I'd see him working for her. 80? 80? But Praetor, did you hear that? 80 in but half a day. Okay, I tell her, snap out of it, Saber. If it's taken, then all we have to do is take it back. You're good at that, and you love doing it, right? We'll fix this. Yes, you're right, Praetor. You speak the truth. But 80% in half a day, that makes Castor's 50% in half a month seem positively adorable. Very well, we have no choice. I must restore the Regalia and protect the Praetor from fading. What was taken will be ours again. Battle continuation, bitch. Vermai is so incredible. I do like tepidariums, but a swim in the caldarium is simply incomparable. The day's fatigue is leaving my body, even now as we should be here healing in the ambience of my room. And yet I feel something else as well. I feel... How do you feel, Praetor? Fantastic, of course. I can almost feel myself melting into the heating pot. And I feel hotter than the water itself, not just from water on my skin, but inside and all across my face and chest. I'm bathing with Saber. Nothing could cool me off right now. I see. So, you do remember the beating your physical heart? No need to conceal such feelings, not when I share them. Granted, neither of us could conceal much at this very moment, but... Now I feel hot for an entirely different reasons. Ah, glorious Praetor. Only your presence could I feel so embarrassed. Nothing could heat my body as you do, except perhaps for this water. In that case, you were curious, by the way. You are the first and only person to ever share a bath in roses with me. There she is, a golden ruler welcoming me to her emerald bath filled with roses. Despite all her beauty around us, I find myself unable to take my eyes from her. At even the slightest glance in her direction, I fall in love all over again. Just as one would expect from such a passionate mind, Praetor. So brazen yet so humble, it gives me pleasure to feel so quaintly embarrassed by you. Though I am growing accustomed to you now, maiden that I am, always blushing over flowers, and even I cannot stay surprised at you forever. In truth, I'd first invite you here for a serious discussion, but now that you're here, I find it difficult to focus on such things. Well, as they say, one must lose a fly to catch a fish. Might I have the pleasure of your embrace? My embrace, right away, Your Majesty. To truly you would bestow that pleasure upon me? Then there's not a moment to waste. Hold me and give me the bliss I've yearned for. Ah, your shoulders are soft, even more than I imagined. Much as it pains me, the rest of this will have to wait. Indeed, we can indulge no further. If I must endure, then so must you, even if it takes all our strength. What is she talking about? Since you're so curious, I suppose I can tell you. I wish myself the ways of self-restraint. Our time together now would be a fine meal, but if I yield to that temptation, it would ruin my appetite for the great feast at the end of it all. As the sovereign of Seraph, I must maintain an iron will. Oh, so that's the kind of strength she's talking about. Ivy Saber does have the will to put her nation above herself. She considers Seraph's land important enough to be on her level, and that's incredibly high praise. You seem unduly amused. Speaking of which, do you happen to recall the 3 things I hate the most? Of course, 3 things. Failure, treason, and moderation. Yes, but moderation is not self-restraint. Moderation is fear of one's own desire. But self-restraint is the will to overcome it. Of course, there was a time when I had no care in either. In Emperor's Beast Mode, I would gorge myself even if I came to regret it. Ayo, reference to Draco. But here and now we have no such luxury. I must use this bath for its healing purposes only. I must. Saber repeats those orders to herself. We both know we're in a predicament. We can't afford to slack off and lower our guard. Sadly, we need to discuss serious matters, such as the 3rd Hakuno Kishinami. She's... Yes, about the 3rd Praetor, or should I say, the body. Unlike Castor, Altera is keeping you as her prisoner, or so it appears. So it seems she somehow forced a contract between master and servant. If it is indeed so, I can understand why she keeps you close. Perhaps there is more to the relationship, but regardless, whatever they have together must be based around the regalia. Or is it based around Altera's power? We must learn more. We do know Altera is a servant, so the other you is safe, at least from her, as long as you retain its title of master. I see. As long as the body doesn't break the contract with Altera and lose the master title, Altera won't let the body die. Yes, if it were otherwise, we would need to move without delay. But one way or another, we need to rescue Praetor's body before Altera changes her mind. Woo! That took a while. Okay, so someone was saying that the... crafting the Flame Talisman would be good. We'll use the Flame Talisman in the next fight. Okay. This, like, bath scene is absolutely fucking with the performance of this game. What the hell? I wonder, is it possible to lower the amount of enemies that appear? Nope. Okay. Nope. The idea is I can lower the... If I lowered the amount of enemies that appeared, it would... I would need to take over sectors a little bit faster. Okay. I'm not worried about it. Well, I'm going to complete Narrows. I could probably do MES. Gawain's I might not. Alright, what's the recommended level on this? 12? Oh yeah, I'm 12. Oh, I already fell into a couple sector traps. That was in the last section. That was annoying. Okay. We're going to do this stage, and then we'll probably call it after this.
果たして破壊できるか。
破壊の軍勢はあなたにお任せします。征服王の力知らしめる時でしょう。
いささか不本意だがまあよかろう。わ
貴様は
We meet again, Altera.
セイバーか。
Saber, I'm surprised you're still alive. My forces of destruction will eliminate you shortly.
待て。
Wait, you're running away? She disappeared. Where's the third traitor?
いささか不本意だがまあよかろう。我が波動存分に見せてくれようぞ。
Alright, I need to move on to those plants.
した強力な英霊だ。放置した場合の被害は想像もつかないな。早急に倒してしまった方が得策だ。
Yep, take Iskandar and these plants as fast as possible. Where's the plant? I can't even see the plant. Jesus. Okay, moving on to Iskandar. Actually, I should probably take this plant. The plant will be quicker, and they're both going to take it around the same pace.
攻め込まれている自陣があるようだぞ。そうしたらここにはプラントがいる。やつから倒さなければ制圧はできない。いや
Okay, on to Iskandar.
いかん。あの劣勢は捨ておけぬ。早く助けに行かねば。先を急ぐ。便利なものよな。
王の前だ。勇姿を示すがいい。あの暴君が貴様のような戦士とはな。つくづく人類士というやつは面白い。
どうなんだ、アレクサンダー大王。征服王イスカンダルよ。行くぞ。次は星のごとく。
骨があるではないか。どれ、もう少し殴り合うか。たまらんの。勇者との戦いとはこうでなくてはな。
味方の損害が大きくなっているな。判断はそなたに任せよう。痛いではないか。華麗に決めるぞ。
Okay. I should take the rest of this territory.
離れる。今一度世が戻るまで待つがよい。我が剣が勝るのか。では
Because these are only two small aggressors, and it's only these two, and they're available. Okay, get the plant. I'll come back for the, I see the NP things already open, and I know where two of them are at. I'll come get them in a little bit.
いかん。あの劣勢は捨ておけぬ。早く助けに行かねば。
500体撃破とはいよいよ波に乗ってきたな。
そうしたらここにはプラントがいる。やつから倒さなければ制圧はできない。
And go away.
花と散る財貨は問わ
Are you really back? Where is he now?
世の兵たちの窮地だ。急ぐぞマスター。さあ便利なものよな。行くぞ。なんの
ここからよ。
怖いではないか。炎のバラよ。なんの
どれ、もう少し殴れようか。たまらんの。勇者との戦いとはこうでなくてはな。ここからよ。正気を失ったのならまずは離れる。今一度世が戻るまで待つがよい。
落ちるがよい。ここはもう大丈夫であろう。先を急ぐとしよう。
間に合ったようだな。今回の雇い主は働き者で結構。
そうしよう。ここにはティラントがいる。奴から倒さなければ制圧はできないぞ。
1000体突破か。見事。黒人が相手としても侮れぬな。
華麗に決めるぞ。楽しい。何度でも言うぞ。今日は奏者が大好きだ。こんなところ。
Cool, I actually can use my Noble Phantasm in this round because I know where it's at. You're back again? Just gonna kill this aggressor and I'll go get him. Alright, going after Iskandar again.
便利なものよな。先を急ぐぞ。コードキャストだ。セクタートラップが仕掛けられている。便利なものよな。
かか、たまらずやってきたか。わしの獲物を取りすぎるなよ。
吹き飛ぶがよい。
君とは
この剣は星のごとく。
なんてない。骨があるではないか。どれ、もう少し殴れようか。なんてない。
Eat shit, Iskandar. There we go. Alright. I can leave that to Li Shuwen. He's not at risk of death. Okay. Oh, and of course a second plant appears. Okay. Okay. I figured out the fastest way to kill these plants without wasting my resources now. Okay, now for the center plant. I'm gonna go take out this plant. I see another plant.
Why are my ears twitching?
Oh, Jesus. Hi, Seki. Okay. Had to jump in right in the middle of a stage.
To be honest, I fully independently was just like, huh, I should go check Nick Nack's stream. And then saw the comment about my ears twitching.
Oh, did I just die? Oh, I just lost all my HP.
How's it going?
I just beat Iskandar, but then I died. Oh, a sector trap got me.
Well, you know, one cannot be suffered to live after defeating Iskandar, obviously.
I have the shield, I just didn't realize a sector trap was in place. Well, that's stupid. Alright. Is it worth reviving just so I can drop the shield and not have to redo this, or should I just redo it, guys? I am taking a minute to chill for a second, so while I wait for chat to maybe catch up with me.
That's so valid. I do think it was hilarious that I just happened to feel the need to check in.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna look up to see how the command seals work in Extella, because I actually don't think I've used command seals before, so...
Just to end
Oh,
updates.
each stage. Okay, yeah. As long as it's each stage, I'm fine. And apply that. I should probably take this place if it's just going to get me every time I don't have a shield up. Okay, I need to get one more aggressor out here. Where's the aggressor? Is it a big guy, little guy? Little guy. I can beat this before I go deal with that plant. Just so I don't have to deal with another sector trap. There we go. Okay. Go take out that plant. There we go. I think that was all 3 of the aggressors at once there I just killed. Alright, nope, there's still one more to deal with. Oh no, they're gone. Okay. I'm gonna go quickly collect what I need from the, What the hell was that?
Sorry. I'm trying to... I forgot to redirect audio out of my headphones for that. I'm, editing.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah, like I said, I was just starting on updates. Which is of prodigious length.
Oh, I need to go
Very
deal with the
prodigious.
plant.
Is Dakota Doyle, is there a specific, like, do I have to get one of those anytime soon?
The welfare shop's opening up and they're gonna be buyable.
Oh, if those are the 3 options, I'll go for Kets first.
I figured it was gonna be Kets or shooting.
Yeah, probably Kets, then shooting, then Kentucky last, if, you know, if I even get that far. Fully waiting for the audio track for so long it didn't want to load in.
Eat shit! Alright. I'm gonna go just take out that last sector since I've almost got them all this time. Before, you know, another one falls. Then I will have won.
Congrats.
Outside of the sector trap, which I now know better, I now know how those work a lot better. This isn't that bad of a stage.
Fair.
Alright, who am I fighting? Am I fighting Iskandar again? Oh, John of Arc. Huh.
That way chat doesn't get a preview of updates.
Yeah, they almost got a preview of updates.
Look, I had to match up the audio tracks. And normally that's the easiest thing to do.
I don't think there's any big guys here. Okay, get the... I want to use my Noble Phantasm. Oh. Hi.
That sounds ominous.
I'm being attacked by John, so... I'm just gonna run away for a second.
Correct, that did in fact sound ominous.
Sweet. Okay. Let's go drop like 5 supers on her. Where's she at? Oh, she's right here. Super number 2.
開くがよい。はあ。着替えいくです。クレメール。レガリアの力見せてやるわ。大変から攻めるぞ。抵抗は無意味です。おとなしく下りなさい。見つける。そこ。あくまで抵抗するのです。ではここからは本気を出しましょう。わからずやです。そんなことなくいつもエリアへ。行くぞ。いつもエリア。静まりなさい。盛り上がったな。この程度。します。わらば左右を見よ。万来
Super number 3.
インペリウムの誉れをここに。咲き誇る花のごとく。開け、黄金の劇場よ。受け取るがよい。ラウセント・クラウディウス。無念。務めを。
ほう、やるじゃないか。
Oh, that was a lot easier than the last ones.
私が至らなかったから。主よ、お許しを。
You
Is
know,
it true?
I mean, barring the game over I got because of a bullshit trap. It was the first stage I got an EX on, too. Oh, today's Asakawa's birthday. Nifty. Prepare yourself, Praetor. Something is coming. Just as we speak of you, you feel this need to appear before us. Are you so insecure, heroic spirit Altera? Where is the third Praetor? Confined to your ring, perhaps? That's right. The Praetor is my property and my prisoner. No wandering off, and no speaking without my permission. You keep your Praetor chained like a criminal, you vile fiend. Who do you think the Master is? Not who, what. The Master is the key to the regalia, and so I keep those two things together with no chance of escape. You see, the last time I showed any leniency, the Master tricked me and tried to leave home, so no more of that. You have forced your Master into submission? Truly you are beyond redemption. It is my duty to, and my pleasure to strike you down. I could say the same of you, servant. You blather over my prisoner is so pitifully naive. Still, you've managed to surprise me, driving off the king of conquerors Iskandar, and he certainly wasn't holding back. How did that happen? Your function and statistics give you no advantage over him. Far from it. How did you win? Tell me. Do you not understand, Altera? Heaven, earth, humanity? It's all so much more than that. Function and statistics. Sometimes we hurl ourselves against all odds, heedless of the consequences. That's passion and it is unstoppable. Before your coming, the Praetor and I won every battle in the Holy Grail War here on this moon. No one could have predicted such a thing, not with the calculator. But we seized the grand prize, the power of our bond, our love. Bond? Love? Is that some kind of hidden feature from secret skill? Absolutely not. Are you truly so woefully misinformed? I speak of our heart, of our feelings. I'm aware of the concept, but that's all. I have no need to know more of such things. Now come and test the power of your love against the sword of Mars. Can you endure this Emperor of Rome? I have not yet finished. And still you hold your stoic facade, do you, Altera? You spoke of the Sword of Mars, so you must respect the glories of the Roman gods. Do you have ties with Rome, perhaps? I am Altera. I am the destruction of the world and all those in it. Was there a place called Rome once? Then perhaps it was I who destroyed it. What? But please do not misjudge me. Destruction is not my duty, not my passion. Emperor Nero, if you hand over your master and regalia, we will spare you both. If not, then your life and your master's mind are forfeit. Choose surrender or extinction. Her words are deadly quiet. Surrender or extinction. The White Servant isn't lying. I'm sure Saber knows that too. Whatever else she might be, she's clearly true to her word, but I refuse. Today, in the name of grace, I will show you mercy. Consider it well. Next time we meet, that grace will fall away. Ah, Jesus. Oh my, what's this? You, the planet's embodiment, heroic spirit Altera. You know, for all that power of yours, you're taking your sweet time here, don't you think? Falling like a star to crush all those beneath. Again, I think back to what Altera said. The planet, her star, there has to be some greater connection. I mean, you need to kill her, and you're showing her mercy. Did the planet say you could do that? Your job is to kill people and break things, right? I'm not wrong about that, am I? So unless you want to quit and tuck up, I don't know cultivating piggies or squirrelies. So why don't you stop messing around and get it done? I mean, what have you got on your plate besides destruction, really? Shut your mouth. Oh, scary. I can just feel the rays of destruction streaming off of you. But just remember this. Whatever happens, the planet's going to do what it does, right? No matter what kind of mercy you want to show. You and the planet. Irritating as you are, you seem to have a personal stake in this, Dark Eliza. Good, you finally got my name right. I was getting ready to kill you if you messed up again. Alright, my sad clueless rival, as a special favor, I'll educate you. The one that gave me this power, the Star of Destruction that comes again every 14,000 years. It invades, breaks, and feeds, crushing everything in its path, including your world. Its name? Velber.
Velber 02.
Yep, that's this game.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, that's this game.
Oh, shit, that's... okay. I was not expecting that.
I feel like I saw something just now. Was it an illusion or a vision forcing its way into my head? I saw the ground burning. I saw the world burning. I saw every inch, every corner torn apart by pain and corruption. I felt the world's despair as invaders spread and multiplied like cancer cells. The catastrophe that destroys all civilizations without clemency or judgment. The beasts of nature suffer horrible mutations, run amok, and ultimately fall to ash. Prophets protest that the end has come too soon. Rulers call upon their people to fight. Scholars say only that it is too late. But some people cling to their optimism, believing that at least some of them will endure. Until the true threat makes its appearance. You don't look well, baby squirrel. Did I just ring a bell just now? I saw something I'd never seen before, but it still seemed familiar. Was it a memory of mine? Where could I have seen it, and how? Was it someone else's memory, maybe? And could it be that related to the memories I lost at the Mooncell Core? This planet, Velber, that's its name? You really are the Emperor of Fools, Saber. Why did the Regalia choose you again? Tell you what, go find out for yourself. Ask the engineer of yours, Mr. Eureka. Eureka! See what he has to say. He'll tell you all about it, I'm sure. Then you'll see what it really means. Now then, my eternal rival and her baby squirrel, see you later. I just hope you enjoy the short time you have until the very end. Struggle, grieve, and then forget it all and sing. What kind of suggestion was that? And just what does this planet want? Is it truly an actual planet? Perhaps a star falling from the sky? Not that I would ever obey Dark Eliza, but perhaps we should consult our great scholar. Now, great scholar, I ask you, what is this planet? I hope for your sake you have kept no secrets from us. If you have, and if your reasons are acceptable, I will temper your punishment. However, if I find you have betrayed us in any way, you will pay the price in full. Are you prepared, Archimedes of Syracuse? It is as you suspect. I had orders to keep this secret until the Sovereign had fully unified Seraph. Please forgive me. So, in other words, you are plotting behind my back. You took my hospitality and kept your secrets. In a sense, but as a servant, I would like to put this temporary life on the line and make a statement. Very well, I'll allow it. Speak. The fate of the world rests with you, however you might interpret that. The fact remains the same. The fate of the world. I feel the burden daily, and yet this feels different somehow. Is this about the continuation of Seraph, perhaps? Speak truthfully. No, this plot is bigger than that. When I say the world, I mean all of existence as we comprehend it. I mean humanity itself. Earth, the moon, everywhere. Humanity lives and breathes. It lives, it dreams, it cultures. All of it depends on you and that one little ring. The moon cell told me as soon as it summoned me, and based on what it told me, I withheld one particular fact from you. The fact that you received the regalia just in time for the 14,000-year system update was no coincidence. So the moon cell wished to give the regalia to me, specifically at this exact time. Correct, the truth is inevitable. The moon cell decided that you, the victor of the Holy Grail War, are the only being capable of fighting its recurring menace. You see, the moon cell treats most human conflicts impassively. At most, it will intervene for analytical purposes. There is only one being whom the moon cell considers a threat to itself. An enemy beyond humanity, beyond this solar system, indeed beyond this universe, a being from outside space itself. It is called Velber, the umbral star. It passes through our system every 14,000 years, consuming and destroying all in its path. Velber. Nowhere in my studies have I seen that name. Does it perchance compare to some myth or legend I might know? Only the moon cell knew its name until now, having recorded it in the moon cell core. But there is a single record that survived until its last attack, a warning from 14,000 years ago. It reads, "It feeds from beyond the stars." Technologically, it seems similar to the moon cell, which also appears to have been made without humanity's knowledge. Much is unknown about its construction, but its circuits appear to have been made from something called void cells. It runs on spiratrons and keeps meticulous records of everything it destroys, like the moon cell's conceptual opposite. We know that Velber arrived in the solar system 14,000 years ago and destroyed all of human civilization, but more than that. Up to that point, the moon cell had accumulated a great number of futures, or future histories. Velber took those too. When Velber passed the moon cell, it must have hacked into its core and stolen the data. A few files survived in fragments, some labeled results from this dimension and others future measurements. Those who were able fought tooth and nail to defend the bare sliver of humanity's memory, but this time they might not succeed. Oh, that's why my controller keeps disconnecting. One moment, guys. Where'd it go? Ugh. There it is. How'd you fall down there? Oh, okay. Headphones coming back on now. Sorry guys, my controller kept disconnecting. It's because my wireless fin fell, apparently. But this time it might succeed. Or it just keeps disconnecting. God dang it. I don't know what's up with this. I'm literally plugged into a charger right now. Correct. For that reason, the moon cell prepared an anti-Velber defense mechanism, namely the Regalia and I. You see, at the core of its concept, the moon cell is built to survey and observe, not to fight or defend, even if it can see a threat coming. For such a wonderful machine, that's a rather glaring weakness. However, even if the moon cell can't or won't strengthen itself, it can use its omniscience to strengthen others. The entire Regalia system is pure moon cell ingenuity, all for the purpose of fighting off Velber. It prepared to counterhack Velber, close off its core completely and insulate itself in autosynoia mode, an unbreakable digital wall. That was the planned purpose of the system update, but the moon cell also anticipated that Velber could adapt to that. If Velber could pierce the moon cell's defenses, the moon cell needed someone to fight for Seraph on the outside. For as long as Velber attacks, a being with royal authority must hold the enemy at bay. And that would be you, your majesty. You were not chosen to repair Seraph, you were chosen to protect it. Thusly, you have the great task of defending this world and every life upon it. So many lives, so many little lights, all looking at you. So the moon cell's ideal king is no mere administrator, but a master of war. Incidentally, did you think that of that speech, or did the moon cell give it to you? The latter, of course, but the people of the world will repeat it gladly. All that said, and despite your own fearsome reputation, the enemy planet is a formidable foe, and no ordinary hero could stop it. Therefore, I held off on telling you the whole truth. I waited for you to see if you could succeed in uniting Seraph. The moment I thought you could, I intended to share the truth. Say no more, I understand. A king who defends the entire world, many Roman emperors have come and gone, and none with that task, and none in this castle. Archimedes of Syracuse, I will accept your statement as the truth. I will overlook your lie of omission for now, and I grant you permission to keep your head, but reflect upon yourself for ever doubting me. Even if such a foe is beyond my understanding, what does it matter? I am the Emperor of Roses, she who cuts through stems and stars alike. The sword of the rose shall blossom in flames and glory. Think you I would hesitate to protect my people? I stand beside the praetor and beside all who dwell in my care. One strike will send the foe scurrying off for my love, for my people, and not for any damned moon machine. Impressive. Your eloquence is as admirable as your valor, so on behalf of the moon cell, and as its chief engineer, please accept my pledge of fealty. I am grateful to serve you, and now we can finally begin the real battle. We know our enemy. We know what it wants. Now let us prepare to march. That the tide shall turn and our enemy fall. Alright. I am... well, a couple things I'm going to do first, but... I am going to first add my new Insta skill if I get one. Nope, I do not get another one yet. I think I gotta go one more up. Okay. Instead, I am going to options, save. Oop, did I already save? Yeah, I saved. Great. We're going to call it here as far as game goes. I think I'm realizing I have 2 stages in me per stream at this point. So if there's 6, each arc is 6 stages long, excluding the final one, I think. I think Altera's also might be longer. I'm expecting, yeah, it'll be, this will go a while. Okay. I'm going to move us to, close this game out and move us to a chatting screen.
That's valid. I am struggling. Fucking updates.
Updates is a bit of a chonker.
It's not just that. We had a Romulus era, you know, Romulus-esque catastrophic issue.
Oh. Yeah.
And remember when I said, like, an hour and a half in that my screen went lime green?
Yes.
Yeah, so I heard the desync in the audio track.
Oh, man. I am sorry.
Luckily, it was just a matter of some aggressive cutting of single millisecond pieces until I got the right alignment.
That's good. So it's you have the audio fixed. It's just being a pain. It was just a pain in the ass.
Yeah, for the most part. I say that now. I think the audio desynced again in the second track as well.
Audio desyncs suck in editing. I remember having a bunch of those when I was recording off the fucking Mac and not the good computer.
Yeah. I'm like, because I have to like watch my own mouth move and then track the desync.
And of course, you're only in a tiny corner too.
Yeah.
It's not like if I'm at least on full video, I can be like, oh yeah, It's easy to see my mouth move and when it opens and closes. You're in that tiny corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dakota Doyle, Liz was basically wearing pajamas. Alright, what did I miss? No, updates will not be longer in the roundtable video, Dakota Doyle.
But several people did actively try.
Yes. It's not as much of a chonker as the roundtable video. It's a pretty... I don't know if it's longer or shorter than last year's updates. I think it's longer.
What was last year's update length?
Let me take a look.
Because I can tell you how long this video is right now. Like, I highly doubt I'll be cutting more than, like, 5 minutes out total.
Hang on. I will go back through our backlog of Seki Reacts here. Let's see. I know we have a playlist specifically for Seki Reacts. Where the hell is it?
Found it. Found the desync spot. Type of desyncs are the ones where it's very easy to see it visually, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so if I go back to about a year ago now, it would have been... Last year's updates is about 2 hours, 36 minutes.
Oh, so much longer. I am 8 minutes under 5 hours right now.
Let's see about the first updates. That one was a
First
bit longer.
updates was 6 hours and 18 minutes long.
Yeah, no, we're not getting that long, but we're longer than last year's for sure.
Yeah.
I need to make the thumbnail for this year's updates too.
You do.
Okay. I want to take a look at the calendar, because I know that the new FGO event launches next Wednesday. Okay. I feel like finishing up Flame Poem right before the Draco event starts would be kind of fitting. But I'm in the office Wednesday, Tuesday, so that doesn't work out very well for me.
And no, not at all.
If I can, I'll stream Monday. Otherwise, I'll probably stream Extella on Thursday. Those are probably my 2 good days next week. Maybe I'll stream both days. Because we aren't recording anything next week because you're busy.
Nope, I'm busy.
And I'm already done with the anime that we're watching for the next 2 weeks.
Look, an overachiever.
Fuck it, yeah. I'm streaming on Monday, and I actually might come around and stream a second time on Thursday. I took time off. I can manage that, and I'm starting to get into the flow of the game.
Valid.
Looking at the expression sheets, I mean, we glance over them every time we do a reacts. We always do glance over them on the wiki. It's just unless like one jumps out to me from memory, I don't have Seki like hone in on a specific one.
Yeah, I'm not typically sat staring at... Jesus fucking Christ. My God. What the fuck happened? As bad as the roundtable video.
Yeah, Ordeal Call 3 definitely added a good amount of things we had to do for updates, that's for sure. Ordeal Call 2 wasn't that much better either, though, because of all the new outfits that were not playable but drawn for that chapter. But yeah, no, Ordeal Call 3, a lot of new servants came from that. Yep. Yep, Jens, exactly. School uniforms for everyone. Oh. I think after stream today, I might fuck around with the graphical settings of Extella. Because shit's rough. It's really hard to play Extella when everything has the worst motion blur. Actually, I don't even have to do it after stream. I can actually fuck around on stream. I'll just move the chatting window. I don't really have to play the game. Not seriously, so I'll load in like stage 1 if I need to test it. Oh wait, I can't. I can load in free play. There's free play. There's free play. I can load it in free play. Okay. I'm not gonna show it to y'all because, well, yeah, I'll show it to y'all. We're not really doing anything, and I'm done with story for the moment. Let's lower texture resolution. See if that helps. I'll give you guys the screen here. Yeah, I know. Playing on the phone will be awful. Too many things are on screen for that to really work out well. So I'm just lowering it to the lowest possible graphics setting and seeing if... Marvelous. Jesus Christ, I hate how loud that is. And seeing if this helps me at all. Free battle. I mean, if we ever get like a large enough batch of new Hassans, we'll do a second Hassan video, like just dedicated, similar to how we're kind of doing with the Shinsengumi right now, because there's just so many of them added so quickly. But yeah, no, the Hassans are typically going to just be part of updates unless we get like a crazy amount of new ones.
Yeah. Fucker. Okay. This is irritating enough to make me dump next year's updates editing on you.
Look, it's not my fault the computer crashed in the middle of doing updates.
Actually, that caused one issue. For some reason, on the second video file, I have had to stop and adjust it every single 5 minutes.
Okay. We're not actually playing this stage to completion, guys. Are those legs? I just need to see how much better this is on lower settings. Yeah, I just walked into a trap. I don't really care. That's actually significantly better. Okay, we're doing this next time. Okay. Oh, I just lowered the graphical settings to their lowest possible setting, and it is significantly easier to see what's going on.
Oh.
Okay. Leaving now. Okay. Going forward, that's probably the graphic setting I'm using.
Well, you figured out your graphic settings? I have officially readjusted the entire audio for the video.
That's good.
Now I just have to listen to 5 hours of us talking.
Oh, hey, look, it's 9 o'clock.
But that's as much as I'm going to do for today. I am not starting 5 hours of listening through right now.
Well, you got the hard part out of the way.
Yeah, really.
Ilya is being lumped in with another with a specific servant, Dakota Doyle. It's not actually lumped in with Emiya, who anyone that knows the servant should know what servant Emiya is being lumped in with. Ilya is not being lumped in that same video. Ilya is being lumped in for another video. You guys are going to get to hear me tap through the weekly White Day ticket.
Yeah, Jens, I wish it was 4 minutes and 52 seconds. That would be great.
4 minutes and 52 seconds?
Yeah, I do sometimes look at the expression sheets. It just depends on the servant. Typically it's, you know, the ones I'm really interested in seeing if they have, like, a weird expression, or it's the ones that I'm told to look at. It wouldn't take that long to incorporate that, like, going forward.
Yeah, we can certainly try to keep up with it.
Yeah.
I'm about to be talked to by my CE.
I did my logins earlier.
Do we have another day of tickets, guys? I don't know.
I got tickets.
I'll check tomorrow to see if I get another ticket, and if I don't, I'll just drop a court to finish off that 10 spin. I'm like one away from a double. Like I just roll one with 3 courts and I get a double because I've been throwing my tickets on the Mao Nobu banner.
Valid. It probably won't come out to be 4 hours and 52 minutes in total, Jens. It'll probably end up being like 4 hours and like 40 something minutes. Once I finish cutting out like dead air and stuff. Yeah, because sometimes I just record through periods where we're not like actively talking, just so I don't have to like cut and splice footage to audio. So like, it'll definitely be less than 4 hours and 52 minutes, but that's the current length uncut.
Yeah, it'll be slightly less. Although I guess there was a couple big pauses during our updates recordings.
Few.
Was today the final ticket? Dang. Okay. Then, while I'm live, anyways, I'll just drop that 3 St. Courts because otherwise the one away from the one like just having the double spin sitting there and timing out is just gonna annoy me, and I don't have another ticket coming up before that banner ends because I just got my ticket 2 days ago. I guess no, I'll get another summon ticket before it ends if it ends on the 26th. But it's more fun to do it live, I guess.
Fair. I'm gonna spend a couple tickets on El Malloy.
Okay.
Is it worth it? No, not at all at this point. Am I gonna do it? Yes.
Here, I'll hold it up to the camera so y'all can see.
Oh, you're so much nicer than I am.
Well, I don't tap through my spins either, so the audience gets to watch with me in suspense.
That's fair. Never mind.
I actually pulled an Avenger on this banner. It was a Gold Avenger. Like, I almost threw my phone because it was Hessian Lobo and not Avenger Nobu.
I got Hessian.
See, but you got Hessian rolling for Zuge. As soon as you saw that Avenger card, you knew you didn't get Zuge. I saw that Avenger card, and I thought I got Mao Nobu for 2 seconds.
That is fair. Congrats, Dakota Doyle.
Whoop.
Got a Kid Gill.
All caught up until we get Paper Moon. Which should be coming shortly after Anniversary. No, Paper Moon's before Anniversary, isn't it? Is it before Anniversary? When the hell is Paper Moon?
I just got a Kid Gill and a Deer Mud.
Nice. FGO Wiki, when is Paper Moon supposed to drop? Oh, hey, happy birthday to me.
Where'd you leave off, Nick Nack? Tacos is asking.
Where'd I leave off on what?
The game.
Oh, I played another 2 chapters in, so finished off the Tomomo half of the Flame Poem arc and started the first chapter of Altera's half. Next time we'll go ahead and finish up Flame Poem with the last 2 chapters.
The Discord is actually coming well, Tacos. If Knickknack sends me some information, we should be good to go by the end of the week.
I'll send that
And
now.
it will be linked in the description of the updates video, which I believe comes out next week.
I need to find the notepad that I put that in, because that was what I just opened was not, in fact, the document you needed me to send. That was the lore bible of a novel I'm trying to write.
So yeah, the Discord should come out next week with the updates video.
There you go.
I'll have a friend test it this weekend to make sure that the onboarding process works.
Paper Moon's going to be May. Remember, FGONA is always about a month ahead before anniversary hits. It kind of rebalances out after anniversary, but before anniversary, we're always about a month ahead. And because Lilim Harlot is starting at the end of this month and finishing up in April, so then it should be like Ilia's Castle after that. Let me see here. So we have Lilim Harlot Arcade. That'll be, we already know that's pretty much going to be March 27th, most likely. If not March 28th, if they give us an extra day to wait. Following that's the Lotto event, Ilia's Castle. And then it's Paper Moon. How long is Ilia's Castle for? It should be coming. Ilia's Castle ended on June 7th after May 4th. Or May 24th. So May 24th to June 7th. June 18th, so about 11 days after Ilia's Castle ends. If Lilim Harlot's a full 3-week run, we go from 27th, so Thursday, 1, 2, 3. We probably start Ilia's Castle. How long after Lilim Harlot does Ilia's Castle start? About a week after, so Ilia's Castle probably starting April 24th or around that time. Ilia's Castle's not a 3-week event, I don't think. Yeah, it's about a 2-week event. And then about 2 weeks after Ilia's Castle. Yeah, Paper Moon's going to launch in late May.
Nice.
Seki, I should go over the next GSSR with you at some point before that comes around.
Oh yeah, what's the upcoming GSSR?
I'll just pull it up on stream here. You want me to share my Discord screen? Share this on Discord with you as well?
That would probably be more productive, given that I can't really watch the live and see what's happening as I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it for people live as well, but okay. Share my screen here.
Oh, hey, look, a desktop.
Pull up the Club Chrome. So, like, y'all, if y'all want to catch some secret in the updates, you can. Nah, I won't say it. This is anniversary 8. Okay. Lucky bag. Okay, so here are the lucky bags right now. I think we have another set, right? No, it's just the one set. Oh, no, they have it female and male. So these are our female ones. I'll pull up the male ones as well in a second. Each of these are separate. Like, each of these rows are basically separate pools of servants you can grab from.
This is the lucky bag, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, question.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so I'm just... Is it all women?
No, there's a male side too, and I can flip to that whenever you look through this.
Oh, I see it. So, are the 4-star servants in a separate pool?
No, it's just so all of these are limited 4 stars. I believe.
Uh-huh.
No. You're
Because they
not
don't
limited.
one-to-one
You're not
match up
limited.
with like the rows to the left.
These
so
are just an assorted of 4 stars. You're guaranteed to get a 4-star as well. So
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, so I love that you said the males are on a different page, and then Domon is up there.
remember, Domon is classified as a they them.
I know. Well,
I'm probably going for the row that you're looking at right now with Domon here, unless you're looking at another row. Which you might be looking at another row. I can see a couple things you'd be looking at.
the Domon row is interesting. Hey, Peachy, off, ow, Peachy.
I want to say, just as a heads up, I'm pretty sure if I go to mail, you're not going to see Qin Shi Huang because this is the one.
No, I checked mail.
Yeah, mail's a lot more limited.
I already checked mail. Honestly, Domon and Kagekyo on the same is pretty tempting.
They're on the same for both the male and the female sides. They just have a different set of other servants. Like there's a Buki there with them in here, and you don't know the other 2 characters on each side.
Yeah, I think the other tempting one is Bazette.
Bazette down here. I could see why that one would be tempting for you.
I think for me it would probably be between Ibuki and Ashia and Bazette.
Yeah, those 2. I could see that. I'm probably looking. I'm probably looking here. I'm probably looking here too, because same one you are actually.
Yeah.
Because I've been aiming for a Kagekyo, and I have the far rightmost servant. Far rightmost servant's really good. I wouldn't mind NP2 of that. And Doman's not my favorite servant, but he's good gameplay wise, so I would take him. So yeah.
Well, Domon, I both like Domon, and he works fantastically well with the frontline team I already have, and then I would be happy with a Nibuki or a Kagekyo.
Anything else on this banner? Any of these other banners speaking to me at all? No.
To Tacos, hold off on that.
No.
Without spoiling anything,
Yes.
we were in fact recording a couple more reacts just the other night, and I pointed out to him everyone's comments about forgetting that, and so you're actually going to see that song at the front end of a react. It's coming up sometime.
Yeah, it's not actually in updates though, because
it's not in
that'd be
updates,
too easy.
But we did force it into the front end of a react.
How about the male banners? That one's tempting because it's a higher chance at Taira no Kagekyo, but I really don't want you. I have you NP2.
Who?
Saber Servant
the
next to
other-
Kagekyo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, like, the higher chance of getting Kagekyo and Ashia, but it's not that much higher, and I actually really like Ibuki Doji too, so
Yeah.
probably roll on the female banner for that in the hopes of getting one of those 3. Better chances for me. And then the servants in the female pool have more stuff that I know.
Like the 4 stars here?
Yeah, there are more 4 stars in that pool. Yeah, because like Caster Wu is there, Grimhild, Brunhilder, Sei, Baobanshi, Summer Anna. Yeah,
That's
there's
fair.
a lot of the servant. Oh yeah, Dobrinia. A lot of the female servants there I'm interested in having a copy of. So I'll probably roll on the female
That's fair.
banner.
How many quartz are we getting from this? Because they always give us a...
Knick-Knack.
Yeah?
Dakota Doyle says, don't you want Tiamami?
Yes, but I don't think I'm that big of a fan of her banner. Like, let me take a look here. Yeah, I don't want you. I don't need you. Well, actually, I kind of do, but I don't really want to get... She's not one of my favorites. Not right now, anyways. And you're cool, but I really don't need any more sabers. Yeah, Tiamat's really the only thing I'm dying to have there, and then, like, I really don't want the ruler with Tiamat on that banner. The Domen Kagekyo banner with Ibuki is just better balanced for me. Even if my odds are a little bit better for some other banners. If I want Tiamat bad enough, Tiamat will go on my Destiny order, because that's going to be this anniversary as well. So we're going to get... Oh, I need a notepad. Let me see if I can get a notepad here so I can count this up. I want to know how much free shit we're getting.
Fully.
So...
Which fucking...
Free
oh
shit.
my God.
10 tickets for login. If you log in a full week. That's Destiny order. Lucky bag. Okay. Those are random missions. I'm not going to count those because I'm probably going to get them done, but no guarantee I have the motivation to play. Main quest. Okay. $24. Wow, that's stingy for a main quest. Wow, that's stingy for a main quest. Unlock 1 class score sign. I can actually get that. I couldn't get that when I played on JP because I wasn't far enough, but I'll be far enough to just unlock it once and get a free 15 quartz. So I'm going to count that 30, 15.
Or there's more tacos? That's alright. I can't even. Good God.
Okay. How about here? 10, 20, 30. Not going to get that. Not going to get that. I could probably get that. 40, 50, 60. I don't know how many advanced quests I've cleared. Not enough.
Looking at the 4-star female servants, you know the worst part is gonna be that I'm gonna want Woo really badly, but there's also like 10 other servants I'd be happy with.
Well, the 4 stars, they'll come to you if they come to you. There's really not much you can do for that banner at the 4 stars.
I know, but there's so many that I actively want that I will be very disappointed if I get one of the few that I don't know. Because out of like all the 4 stars that I actively don't recognize, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9. There are only 9 servants out of all of those 4 stars listed that I don't recognize.
I mean, yeah, but like it's 4 stars. Like at this point in the game, I think this anniversary you get an increase on rate for the 4 stars for gacha pulls. So starting at this anniversary, if there's a 4 star you want and you see it on banner, if you have it like even a moderately good amount of quartz, you're actually pretty likely to get them.
That's fair, Dakota Doyle, but like there's a bunch of servants that I want more than the Tamlin servants in summer costumes. You know? Like that's just the way the cookie's crumbling this year. I am ready for Ku Lily tacos. I am so ready for my Ku baby Lily. Very excited.
Add 15 more tickets. Okay. And that's start dash. That's comeback. That doesn't matter for anybody. What's the pre? Can I get the pre 8th anniversary lead in? What's the amount of quartz we get for that? Like how much is the stream quartz? Yes, guys, I am absolutely aware I can. Okay, because if I'm not wrong, I'm excited for the soundtrack, for more soundtracks. I actually buy those and use those for videos, so it'll make things easier for me.
That is true. I appreciate those soundtracks.
I kind of need to buy another one, but
even if I use the first soundtrack more than anything else these days.
Just because the first soundtrack defaults to good for a lot of servants that don't have themes, and we've covered so many servants that we've covered a lot of the ones that have themes. I could give you the themes for servants still, like especially the one we're about to record. Absolutely has a theme that people will be mad if we don't put it in the video, but
Just in general, if you ever have a specific theme for a servant, text me it before I start editing.
I died a little inside because I had to hold off from like forcing my way into giving you a song for Circe and Odysseus, because Circe has an actual character theme we could have used in Samurai Remnant, but that would have required me to basically pirate the Samurai Remnant soundtrack because for some reason it's only available digitally on Apple Music.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Okay, what the?
As default, I just use the summoning sound and then either My Room or Chaldea.
Yeah.
As my 2 tracks, so
they're pretty decent, easy defaults.
Yeah.
I can't find the stream quartz. How many quartz do we get for the stream itself? Because they always give us some for stream itself.
And then, of course, on the off-the-shelves, I
is.
use Witch on the Holy Night songs.
Good songs.
Specifically, I only use one. It's just Idyllic Blue.
Let's see. They've got to give us quartz pre-release, don't they? It's not other campaigns here, because Start Dash campaign, we don't get that.
Is this the anniversary in summer, or is this the one at the end of the year again?
It's anniversary, 8th anniversary.
Okay. Oh, well, Tacos, if I'd known that. Because I'm assuming... Well, no. Even though we share the Steam account... Well, we don't share the Steam account, but even though we have a shared family account, that doesn't mean that I'd get access to the soundtrack. So, Knick-Knack still would have had to, download it and send it to me.
Yeah, and I just don't own that soundtrack, or I didn't when we did that video. I might own it on Steam now, but Steam soundtracks are a bit different. That's not how I've usually been getting them.
True. I have the Steam soundtracks for all the Witcher games, personally. And that's about it. I guess I also have the Baldur's Gate soundtrack. Yeah. Get Peachy. Stop it. Stop clawing me.
Am I missing some, did they not give out quartz for the stream this year?
Yeah, Tacos, that's how the Witcher soundtracks were for me on Steam. I have them in a separate, that they downloaded to the music folder on my computer, and I just have them entirely separately. I'm just glad that we are back to getting new servants and not FGO universe crossover servants. Because that really put a dent in our reacts lists.
Yeah.
To have a whole year where we just got, FGO verse servants. So I'm extremely happy about the news about Dante Alighieri. I'm just ecstatic. I cannot wait to do that character. I'm genuinely so excited. Kichi, what the fuck is in your hair? Get over here. What did you do? What did you do? Why? What? Peachy, what? No, gross. Fucking cats. Ugh. Oh, Jen's just messaged.
If the combined number of Facebook... Oh, yeah. That's the likes campaign. I mean the stream campaign, because they usually give out some free quartz for the stream. I guess they didn't this year, which is interesting because this year is, I gotta say, unless you're really on top of your permanents, like your advanced quests and your interludes and your rank ups, This is a pretty damn stingy year when it comes to Saint Quartz.
Ah, damn, that sucks for me.
Let's see here. There's a lot of new permanents here. That's the thing. A lot of new permanents. Advanced quests, like, that's so many quartz if you're willing to do the advanced quests. But also, they're advanced quests. So, like, someone like Seki is never going to get the benefit of that. I guess I do kind of remember last year, or this year's, 8th anniversary on JP being kind of stingy for new players. Class score is not that rough. I could probably get that class score done, really get a lot of class score quartz quickly. And that's not that hard. But those, again, that's not something that's going to benefit Seki. Because Seki can't get those extra 30 sheet. Interesting. Yeah, I know. This year is just stingy on quartz. Jesus.
Unfortunate for me, but at least, you know, as soon as the 22nd passes, all my quartz will be saved for Aussie in August. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
usually
not as if I'm trying to roll on like 30 different banners this year. I literally have 2 banners after the 22nd of this month.
a lot of years it's fixed amounts from the likes campaigns, and then occasions like the stream, like, oh, we're giving 60 away for 30 away, double it for 60 this stream for anniversary. That's usually what they do. This year, though, from what I'm seeing, there's only 10 tickets are pretty easy to get. Those are just logins. But if I go to the 10 great campaigns here, all the courts are basically tied to permanence. Which, if you're far enough in the game, yeah, you'll get a lot of quartz. Like, I'm probably going to get an okay infusion of quartz. Even then, I'm counting like 90.
Yeah.
Which is not that great.
But I will not. I will get a paltry amount comparatively.
Yeah.
That's fine.
A lot of tickets, though. 25 tickets by the end of this for you, at least. And then there's... You might be able to play the memorial quest, some of the memorial quests.
Tickets are nice, regardless.
You'll get a few tickets from that.
Yeah.
Hey, you can play those memorial quests if you want.
Draco Mommy Nero will not tempt me, Dakota Doyle. Tia Mommy will not tempt me. I am firmly set on getting myself at least a copy of either Ozymandias or Juge this year. And that there's a Juge right now that I spent a bunch of quartz on. There is an Aussie in August, and there is another Juge in November. I already checked. That's my bins for the year.
What am I doing for Destiny Order here? Okay. Let's I'm gonna game plan Destiny Order.
What's Destiny Order?
It's the one where you get to pick a servant from from one of each of the main classes and one extra class to be like you get make your own GSSR basically.
Oh, is that on the Japanese server?
It's on Japanese server. It was on last anniversary as well. I don't remember if you did that or not though.
I don't think I did.
Because I don't think you did GSSR last anniversary.
No.
You were out of the country.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have.
This one's a little bit more expensive though. Like the normal GSSR is $15. This is $30.
Oh, that's fine.
So let's see.
Locusta will not tempt me, Dakota Doyle.
Unfortunately,
Dakota Doyle, I think you are estimating. Nick that can attest to this. Just how much I want Aussie and Juge. Right, Nick Nack?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'll put Aussie and Waver in the Destiny Order, but I still want both by the end of this year if I can manage it.
Do I want Trung Sisters or do I want Narrow Bride? I don't know. Trung Sisters will be more useful in the long run. I don't need Narrow Bride since I have Castoria. Lancer. What do I want Lancer-wise?
I think you want a coup.
There is no coup on the Lancers for Destiny Order.
I'm not even looking at it.
It's only the 5 stars.
Are none of the coups 5 stars?
Coup Berserker's a 5-star.
But he's not a Lancer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I want NP4 Melusine or NP1 Ereshkigal? I'll go Ereshkigal. I don't really need to go any higher than NP3 for Melusine. I'm not trying to super her. Rhinus. I don't have a Rhinus. I need a Rhinus.
What
Kath.
are you on right now?
Destiny Order.
I'm gonna look it up.
If you go to the 8th anniversary page, it's in the summoning campaigns next to Lucky Bag.
Found it.
I'm just making a notepad with the servants I want.
That's fair. This is smart. I should also consider doing this.
No, from the caster here.
So you basically get to like pick one from each class.
Yeah. I need nobody from caster. Don't need a new Castoria. Don't need another Ilya. Well, I could use another Castoria. Don't need another Ilya. Don't need another Scotty. Definitely don't want another Merlin. And everyone else I'm pretty lukewarm on. I think guess I'm putting in another Castoria because it's probably the highest value there for me right now. Assassin. Ooh. I'm gonna go
So,
Kama.
like,
She gets kind of
the
stupid
permanent-
later.
Fair. The permanent servants are the ones who are always in the draw pool, right?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. That changes some of my opinions.
Story locked are the ones that you can get on the story banner at all times, but they're really hard to get on the story banner because it's everything in non-limited and story locked on there and no rate ups.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not in the general pools. Like if you pulled for say Kama, Coup Altar is not in there normally for on any given banner.
Okay.
Berserkers. Who do I want berserker wise? Have you. Or anyone I want a new copy of. I have you. I don't really want a new copy of any of the remaining berserkers. Kentucky would be good gameplay wise. I don't really need a burst damage dealing berserker. I've got okay amounts of those. I'm going to go for another copy of Morgan. Alright. And then there's extra 1 and extra 2. This is the hard one for me. Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer wise. I can ignore most of these, I think. I think the only one I want on here is actually Kagekiyo.
It is exceedingly good luck that I have gotten both Odysseus and Iskandar from this rider banner, because that lowers the choices of people I actually want off it very badly to 2.
Let me take a look at the rider banner. I can kind of take a crack at who I think it is between the two. I can see the 2. I know which 2 you're talking about.
You know exactly which 2 I want.
Yeah.
It is not a secret.
I kind of have an idea of which one you're going to put on there as well.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Because while you like one of them in association with Elmaloy, I'm pretty sure you talk about Ivan more.
Alright, are we looking at the same thing?
Oh wait, I forgot about that. I wasn't even looking at the non-limiteds in the story log. Never mind. No, I know exactly who's going on there, depending on whether or not you get them beforehand.
Well, when is this happening?
This is happening in July, but also...
There's no chance of me getting a draw for the person you're thinking of before then.
But also, like, draw could be you got a summon ticket and you drop it on a random banner and get a fucking Aussie, so let that sink in.
Yeah. You know... Camelot really changed my opinions on the casters that I'm interested in.
You're looking at Sanzong?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to look at alter egos, foreigners, and pretenders. This is actually kind of a rough one. This will probably come down to whether or not I get fucking Draco in the banner next week. Because I don't have a great chance at getting her.
Assassin was easy for me.
I'm going to pen Draco in for now, but I'm thinking if I get Draco, the servant I want on there is probably going to be Tiamat. Okay. So right now my Destiny order is looking like this. Trung Sisters, Gilgamesh, Ereshkigal, Rhinus, Castoria, Kama, Morgan, Kagekio, and either Draco or Tiamat, depending on if I get Draco in the next next week. Have a good one, gents.
That's fair. I'm almost to the bottom.
Dakota Doyle, I could tell you what she's putting in that slot. She's putting Qin-Shi Huang in that slot.
Wait, are we talking about the extra?
There's 2 extra slots that you have. One has rulers, moon cancers, and Avengers. The other one has alter egos, foreigners, and pretenders.
On the one with the ruler, I can tell you I've got 2 names written down here that I'll have to choose between.
I'm going out on a limb and say you're picking Qin-Shi Huang
as one of them, probably. But I also really like Himiko.
Fair enough. Honestly, I'd rather show you how to use Himiko than I would show you how to use Qin-Shi Huang, because I fucking hate using Qin-Shi Huang. But
I like Himiko,
Yeah. Let's see here, and then the bottom one, I assume you're just picking Doman if you don't get him in the lucky bag. That's the thing is
I've got 2 other names written down.
That's the crazy thing is you can roll on lucky bag first, and then once you know what you got from the lucky bag, you could turn around and do the destiny order.
That's fair. I actually have 3 names written down besides Domon for that lowest one.
What names are you looking at besides Domon if it's not going to spoil something upcoming?
Oh, no, nothing. Actually, there's only 2 of these I only have 1 name written down for each. On that bottom one, though, I've also got Bazette, Meltrillis, and Hokusai down.
Oh, that's fair. That's very fair. I didn't even think about those other 3.
See, for me, starting from the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ibuki, Sigurd, and a video that no one has seen come out yet.
Fair enough.
Next one down is Arjuna and Sei for me. Then just Brunhilde on the one down from there. Riders, I've got Ozzy and Ketz down, but I'll probably go for Ketz.
Okay.
Down from that, Anna, Zhuge, Sanzong, and someone that we've done in a recent Reacts video that has yet to upload. Then for Assassins, I really just King Hassan, That's really it there. There's not anyone else I really want badly in the Assassins. Below Assassins, Arjuna, Ibuki, or Vladi. And then, like I said, either Qin-Shi Huang or Himiko, and then Ashia, Bazette, Meltrillis, Hokusai.
If you want any of my input on the list, you don't want Archer Arjuna.
Look.
Let me tell you this now. Go for Berserker Arjuna, perfectly fine if you want your Arjuna. Archer Arjuna is actual dog shit.
I guess the thing is, though, that there's just not a whole lot of other people on the Archer banner that I know and am interested in.
Yeah. If you're between the 2 of them, as your FGO coach trying to keep it so you're using your favorites and getting use out of your favorites, go for Sei. Don't touch Arjuna. He can literally spook you on any banner, and he's dog shit.
Fair. I don't mind that. I mean, I love Sei. Surprised I was so... that Lancer and Assassin were such quick decisions, but,
You said you wanted Brynhilde on Lancer, right?
Yeah.
That's fair. That's...
I mean, Melusine is there, but I'm more interested in Brunhilde.
That's fair. I'm not anything that's limited. I'm never gonna be like, yeah. As your FGO coach, I advise. I'm never gonna do that for anything limited because
I tried to most of the ones I've got to pick in either limited or story locked.
yeah, story locks are just as fine as limited in my opinion because you have so few chances of actually getting them. In many ways, they're kind of harder to get than limiteds. The only difference is story locks are on the 5-star tickets. It's like
Ironically,
if you get a free 5-star ticket, you could get a story lock.
Ironically, because three of the 4 characters I want in caster are permanent, I might just go for the for the one that's not. Just cuz.
I think I know which one you're looking at. Wait, which ones were you looking at again? Oh, the one on permanent was a spoiler for something that hasn't come out yet, right?
No. The one on limited was a spoiler for a video that hasn't come out yet.
Sorry, yeah, limited. I mean, yeah. No, I know which one you're talking about then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I did just see Murasaki's there as well.
Yeah.
Almost missed her at the beginning. Assassin, I just don't know a lot of those characters. And the ones I do know, I'm not a huge
You have
fan.
Cleo.
Yeah.
You do know
I have
Shootin'.
a Koyan.
You have a Koyan. You don't need another Koyan. Let me tell you that now.
I mean, I don't want a Jackie. I don't know the story character. Shootin' Doji is not my favorite of the
That's
picks.
fair.
So, I mean, King Hassan seems like the best option there. Truly.
That's fair. Berserker-wise, who were you looking at again? Oh, you're looking at, like, I know the ones you're looking at.
I said Ibuki, Arjuna, and Vladdy.
Yeah. Vlad's
But
all
Vladdy's
right.
permanent.
Yeah, Vlad... I wouldn't point you away from Vlad, because he's all right. I just... I would, if you aren't using, like, the major art supports, but... The other ones, like, Arjuna, and you said Arjuna, is it Arjuna and Ibuki?
Yeah.
Those two are both really good.
Yeah, and they're my first picks.
Yeah.
So.
And then, like, I'm not kidding myself that I have any sway at all on your ruler picks.
It's between 2 people, so it's not the worst ever. It's a 50-50. I pick someone you don't hate.
Like, I don't hate Shinji Wong. I think he's got a pretty good design.
The funny thing is that, like...
I'm just not going to take any pleasure in teaching you how to use him. Because I know I hate using him. I know knowing you're going to hate using him. The only thing you're getting out of him is eye candy.
He's pretty. Yeah. That's all I need. He'll get added to the eye candy team like Odysseus will be.
Whereas I can kind of fuck around and teach you how to use Himiko.
Yes, Yubal, planning gotcha. Dakota Doyle, I will just borrow someone else's Super Orion. You know? That's... To be honest, that's what I will do. If I want Super Orion.
And then, like, I can't complain about your picks on Extra 2. They're all actually really, really good picks.
To be honest, I feel like Meltrillis and Hokusai are kind of winning out for me right now.
Interesting.
I think because I've got another chance at Ashia. And B, I've seen, like, Bazette has been on so many banners.
Do you not have a Bazette?
No.
Oh.
I've only rolled for Bazette once, and when I rolled for Bazette, I missed her. But she's also been on, like, 7 banners.
She comes around pretty much every Valentine's Day.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm not, like... You know, I barely see Meltrillis come around, and I've only seen, like, I think 1 time Hokusai's come up. If. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So the 2 of them both feel more, you know. And also, I like Penguin Girl and Pretty Painting Girl. They're solid picks, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Voyager is tempting, but I probably would stick with either Melt or Hokusai.
I will say if I'm stepping in at all as an FGO coach here, as to like where things are a little bit more interesting. I know you have your spoiler character that you want in the casters.
Uh-huh.
And the spoiler character is not terrible. In fact, there's some interesting gameplay stuff that I could do, but it's a little bit more advanced than what you can do. Or what you would know how to do very well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, go for who you want, but like the best servant you could possibly go for on a gameplay level on that banner is Scotty Caster.
I did see her there. I promise I did. And the thing is, I love Skahak Scotty, but you know.
Because what she does, you know that shit I have you do, or I had you do in Camelot with Karna, with Christmas Karna?
Yeah.
Where you substitute in Skahak for one turn?
Yeah.
She has that exact same skill that you can use on from Skahak onto Karna, except it's works for 3 rounds instead of 1, and she's got other defensive skills like dropping a 50% battery on him. So for that kind of strategy, which especially if you have Satanta, she just works so much better than what you have now. But
You're down on my list.
yeah. Like, obviously, like, this is me stepping closer to your personal tastes, because obviously, like, I'm coming in, like, raw, fuck your feelings. Like, obviously, like, I'd point out, like, the roll for Castorio, roll for Oberon, but I know you don't give a shit about those characters. I have to, like, finagle my way to get you to ever roll on those banners.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
like,
going to be honest, I care much more about having servants that I like, personally.
yeah, the only reason why I step in at all is because I care a significant amount about not having to work out strategies for the late game for you with what you have.
A little sad to not roll for Anastasia though on that. So I don't know. I haven't quite decided yet.
You want a tip to roll for Anastasia? There's a great YouTuber for FGO right now who's known to have a curse of pulling like 15 Anastasias throughout his YouTube career. Jesus. She is not an old, like an extremely old servant either. She's like year 4 or 5, somewhere between 3 to 5. And he has a video called the Caster Catalyst, where he just blesses you. You just any banner you're rolling on, just throw that video up, and there's a solid 3% chance you get an Anastasia.
So valid. I need to get some of the Slavic servants at some point.
I mean, I could take a look at the 5 stars. I guess, like, Dobrynia is probably the easiest of the Slavic servants for you to get, because both forms of her are 4-star.
Yeah, on the lucky bag, both Dobrynia and Anna are in the 4-star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Anastasia Summer.
Yeah. I keep wanting to call her Anya because that's like, I would. Oh, it's so weird saying the full name Anastasia, not because of the movie with Anya, but because I have a relative, and that is not what we call her. Like, we use a different diminutive version of her name, and so it's very hard to just say Anastasia in my head and have it, like, come out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just so desperately want to avoid fucking Sherlock with everything in my soul. Sherlock has made himself my mortal enemy.
What did he do wrong other than spook you?
Yeah, that.
Also, you knew it was a possibility going into that banner. That's a user issue.
But it was like out of 5 servants, he was the next to last one I wanted least, and the only reason he was next to last was because I didn't know one of the servants.
Look, when you roll on the lucky bag, you have to be just as prepared to get the one you want the least as the one you want the most. Mentally.
Similar tacos. Nastyusha. Yeah.
Because let me tell you, I went on a solid 2-year streak of getting nothing but the servant I wanted least on the lucky bag. There's a reason I'm not touching the Abigail Williams summer banners or the Artorio rulers or the Sherlock Holmes banners or the Qin Huang banners with a 10-foot pole. And it's because I know, despite the fact that I wanted Himiko, who was often on banner with all of them, I knew in my heart of hearts that I was going to pull the one I wanted the least. If you're not prepared to do not roll on a banner if you're not prepared to get the one you want the least.
Yeah, well, rolling on that Ibuki, Taira, and Ashia female banner will be interesting then, because the one I want least is the one I don't fucking know. I'll be happy with any of those three.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If you get the one you want the least on there, I would be genuinely really happy as an FGO coach, because that servant is probably one of the most broken servants in the game. But I know that means very little for you.
Are they in our schedule to do anytime soon?
Yes, actually.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure they're in for this year.
Well, then at least I'd get to know them.
Oh, yeah. I'll say this. Actually, no. You might know them by the time that video goes up. As a little hint of the schedule for everyone. By the time that the banner comes around, you might already know them.
Staying.
Now, whether or not you'll want them is another matter altogether. But
that's not a glowing recommendation.
Look, it's not that I don't think you'll want them. I don't know. I never know with you. There are servants that you say you really, really like, and then a year later I find out you're like, yeah.
Like who?
I seem to remember you having an entire thirsty breakdown for Demon Mommy Nobu.
Yeah.
And then every other time she's come up in conversation since.
See, Knick-Knack. I would like to explain to you this fun thing called thirst creep. Demon Mommy Nobu got crept out.
By who? The servants that you already knew existed? A lot of the ones that you thirst over more than her are the ones that you already knew about, excluding Qin Huang and Doman.
And Odysseus.
That's very recent. Much more recent than the other breakout. Same with Doman. Same with Qin Huang. The fuck are you on about with thirst creep?
Wait, hang on. Let me see. When did we do
pretty damn early
Demon Mommy Nobu? Let me see when I did Demon Mommy Nobu and what I would have seen relatively quickly afterwards.
Moriarty, maybe? In fact, that might have been after Demon Mommy Nobu.
No. Ozymandias was after Nobu.
You knew about him going in.
Cuchulainn.
You knew about him going in.
Beyond Macumhale.
That one you didn't.
Rama and Sita, James Moriarty.
I don't remember you simping at all for Rama or Sita. You liked them, but you never simped for them.
Wu Zetian, Quetzalcoatl.
You definitely didn't simp for Wu Zetian. Quetzalcoatl, but you knew about her going in.
Respectfully, I simped for summer version of Wu Zetian.
Yeah.
Quirinius.
That's a fair one if that was after Nobu.
Nagao Kagetora. Himiko. Mephistopheles.
I'm pretty sure on Himiko that's mostly carried by your actual interest in the historical Himiko.
Still simp for her. Mephi. Vladdy. Arjuna and Karna. That's all within the year after we did the Nobu video.
Okay.
I'm just saying, it's thirst creep, you know? I don't remember. Did we do Draco with someone? Draco Nero?
They're asking if Draco Nero got thirst crept by Mommy Nobu.
Mommy Nobu couldn't have. No. They're saying if Draco Nero thirst crept Mommy Nobu. But when did we do Draco Nero? I know we did them, but was that as part of an updates video or was it in one of our actual videos?
I think it was an addendum into the Nero video.
Okay. If it was an addendum into the Nero video. Did we? Trying to find when we did Nero now.
Or was it in the updates? It might have been in the updates.
The question is though, what year was it in updates at? Because if it was like updates 2024,
oh, it would have been in regular Nero, because even if it wasn't the one in FGO, you would have seen the original Draco. Though I think you did. You did have a thirsty reaction for Draco that just didn't ever come up again.
Yeah,
that's another one of those ones that got thirst crept.
I'm just looking for the year that we did Nero in, because that's going to determine whether that. Okay, we did Nero in 2023, and I did Nobu and we did Nobu in 2021. So I would not say that Draco, Nero, thirst crept Mommy Nobu. I think at that point many things had thirst crept Mommy Nobu. And things continue to thirst creep. Up to the most recent videos we have recorded.
Locusta and Nero, yeah, probably. I think you're right. I think I just remember, because that was a late addition to the video. Like, we might have been mid prepping that video at the time she came out.
Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, no, that's like 2 years later. If it's within a year, I'd count it as power creep of the previous servant. But once you get to 2 years, then it's just power creep of the servants that were a year later, you know? Plus, my mind, I'm not that fickle. Carmilla and Ozzy are still, way up there for me.
I'm sorry, you're pretty damn fickle.
Okay, but Carmilla and Ozzy. And cats. Also Vladdy, because Vladdy is just, Although that's definitely Castlevania driven.
Yes, I'm aware. There's a certain amount of servants that I categorize as Seki didn't have a strong simp reaction to their designs. She thought they were okay, but the reality is she likes that character or that historical figure from external material, whether that be real-life history or other pop culture media, like Himiko with Tomb Raider.
Or Himiko's actual historical stuff.
Maybe, but you don't have that much interest in Japanese history most days, so...
But I knew about Himiko before Tomb Raider and was interested in her.
Okay.
Who else do you put in that category of associated with either the historical figure or outside media?
Well, Vladdy, you just admitted.
Well, yes, Vladdy is Vladdy. We all know that. It's the Castlevania, it's the Alucard and Dracula vibes.
And I'm gonna be honest, I'd really have to dig through the servants to figure that out, because...
You could do that. We got time.
Because there's also a crossover, like, I know we timed that Moriarty video just right for when you were watching Moriarty the Patriot. Like, I know that didn't help at all, but also, you did have a genuine like for his design.
That is true. Dakota Doyle, absolutely, yeah. No, I mean... The thing is, I think if you were to take a tally of the servants that I have liked versus the servants that I don't, it's actually a very small minority, the servants that I genuinely don't really like all that much.
Even some of the ones you clown on, you don't actually have a genuine hatred for them. Like, it's like Caesar that you hate.
Yeah. And so, like, yeah, obviously I'm aiming for, like, my favorites, but my favorites are kind... Like, in some ways, Knick Knack is correct. I am fickle in that I keep learning about new servants, which shifts my rankings kind of constantly. Some people stay at the top. But yeah, I mean, after people like Ozzy and Juge, then I'll be a little less focused on getting like a specific servant in a year, and then it might be, oh, there's a banner I want coming up, like I'll save up till that banner comes, I'm not typically one for like planning out my shit year to year in most games. Like I'm literally only doing it in FGO right now because I really want Ozzy.
Well, I'll say FGO is one of the few games you really can do that, because most games it's like, oh yeah, I could plan all I want to wait for this character to come back around, but oh, would you look at that? They just released new character that guarantees you revive after you die once if you just have her in your inventory. I heard about that, Honkai players. That character's bullshit.
Yeah. Let's see. Just trying to think. You know, Achilles is one that, like, I think I like Achilles more and more just because of the Achilles and Patroclus jokes. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna be honest here. There's a certain, like, once you have like your tippity top favorites, even if you like them, if they're not like your tippity top favorites, I would genuinely ignore the non-limited servants.
Yeah,
because they're the servants that are gonna come back to you over time. And if you have a lot of non-limited favorites, you're gonna get spooked by them and get extra copies very frequently.
yeah. Wu Zetian is definitely a servant that I liked before we got the video. Well, you know, historical figure
Yeah.
that I liked long before we did the video on them.
And we didn't have Summer Wu to prop up Wu Zetian before that, and you still generally liked the character. You just didn't care for every aspect of her design, and some of the ascensions you didn't like.
You know, 'cause I said I wanted to do something like that. It kind of like I know that we're consistently doing new servants, and obviously there's a bunch I haven't done. But, like, I do feel like it would be fun to just do, like, a fucking, you know, like, ranked list of, like, my current favorites, you know?
Oh, it'd be fun. It'd be a great video. But you know who has to make that tier list, or who has to make that organized list for you to rank things through?
Not necessarily. I can just look stuff up based on the reacts list, and then you can double-check my work.
That's a lot less fun, though, because then you'll get to see all the servants again and have another chance to think about them before the list.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, Avenger Nito can spook you.
Leonidas I liked before we did his video.
I'm not worried about Leonidas. He's a filthy 2-star. You're going to get 50 copies of him.
Cleopatra.
And you have Cleo.
I know, I'm looking over the ones that I can identify as, like, might be related to, like, something I liked historically before we did the video. Iskandar. I mean, I have some of these, so, like, you know. Obviously, Brunhilde, Sigurd, you know, Kriemhild, and Siegfried, and we knew I liked the Dioscuri long before we went into that video. I mean, I kind of can't not like the Dioscuri. You see, Tacos, I was interested in how fate portrayed Rasputin, but I was not simping for historical Rasputin. There's a line. That is the line. Beowulf. Ooh, yeah. Beowulf deserves better.
No, any simping for Rasputin, I'm pretty sure, was connected to a very particular scene from Heaven's Feel.
Oh, yeah, entirely.
I read that scene in the visual novel not that long ago. That scene's wild, even in the original visual novel.
Fuck, I'm not even gonna dispute that, you know?
Yes, she simps for Kire.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Y'all want another reason to say she's Bazette? There you fucking go. I'd say there was always the chance with Odysseus that he would have fallen in there, except for then he came out and was anything you could have asked for and more, and with a little pheromone event for your
pheromone vent.
Yeah.
The thing with Odysseus is that, like, I don't get me wrong, I love the Iliad and the Odyssey, but, like, I'd never really considered Odysseus as, like, a simp-worthy character.
Yeah, but you also had Epic in there, too.
That's true. But even before Epic, I liked the Iliad and the Odyssey, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I've had to read both books, like, 6 or 7 times over at this point for class. Like, various different classes.
The fake priest radiating chat energy.
Yup. And there have been servants that I've been like very pleasantly surprised by. I think if I were to do like actual calculations out, I've probably only known information about a third of the servants that we've done in any level of detail before we did them. And that percentage goes drastically down when you, depending on what area of the world we focus that on.
Japan's always fun because you are usually 100% blind to the Japanese servants.
Well, to a certain extent, because I've taken Asian and Japanese history classes.
Yeah, but like
so I know the big stuff.
You've brushed over stuff like the smaller stuff, and you've read about the biggest stuff.
Yeah.
But then you have stuff like, oh, here's a random story you never thought you would actually read. Like, here's one.
Like Nagao Kagetora.
Nagao Kagetora.
Yeah.
Or you had that. Remember how many you read all the books for Ushiwakamaru.
Oh my
Yoshitsune.
fucking god! Yeah, Yoshitsune. And the thing is, like, I know the historical figure, but I did not. Like, the name did not connect in my mind. You know what I mean?
Like, those are always the fun ones, or the ones where like you don't have a particular knowledge or appreciation for that historical figure or mythological character, and then you read up on them and suddenly like you get a lot like a really newfound interest in them.
Yeah. That happens primarily in Asia, just because I don't know as much about Asian history in detail. Although, as we discovered during the Napoleon video, there is a shocking gap in my historical knowledge, specifically in Central Europe, for like 300 years. Like, Sei and Murasaki are interesting because, like, I knew about Sei and Murasaki. Like, it's like, that's one of those things where, like, yes, I was well aware of them, but, like, I had not read The Tale of Genji. I did not read the Pilla book. I knew who they were, but I had not read their works. And I think their works are more interesting, in my opinion, because I ended up really liking The Tale of Genji.
Here's the problem, Dakota Doyle. Yes, there are servants that aren't her favorites, and for anyone else, it'd be like, oh, you're still going to use them a little bit due to their sheer utility. That's not true with Seki. It's like pulling teeth to get her to use servants. That would make that fight significantly easier with Seki.
To be fair, the more 4 stars and permanent servants that fill out, the easier that will get. Because there really are truly only a few servants that I would actively avoid using if they were in my own inventory. Pickier about the servants I borrow from people.
Which servants would you avoid using in your own inventory? Like, I know Caesar and Blackbeard.
Caesar, Blackbeard, I would not use Scheherazade.
Really?
I don't want to see her sprite.
Fair enough.
Particularly. That's just not something I want to look at in great close up frequently. I wouldn't use Shakespeare.
Oof! Ouch.
What?
I unplugged my shit. Hang on.
I wouldn't use Shakespeare.
Sorry, y'all are getting reverb.
There we go. Probably wouldn't use Tesla or the Preza King. Even if I had them. I will actively avoid using regular Ishtar. Not all the Ishtars, just regular Ishtar.
Just OG Archer Ishtar.
Yeah. Would avoid that.
What about her Summer Rider variant that you can get for free?
Less heinous. Let's see. I'd avoid Hans Christian Andersen and Nursery Rhyme.
Really? Why would you avoid... Because I don't remember you hating Nursery Rhyme.
I don't. I just don't think they're that interesting. Compared to all the other options I have.
Not that I'm pushing you to use Nursery Rhyme. I don't think Nursery Rhyme's that great, but...
I wouldn't use Saint Martha. might be about it. I'm just double checking the last couple things we did. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it.
I mean, I'll say this: you kind of lucked out that all the servants you said you don't want to use are largely not great. Like the literal best ones on there are Hans, who is not that great anymore, not in the current day.
Yeah, I'm. If they're in my inventory, I will be less picky than if I'm borrowing them from other people. So there are much fewer that I would just not use. I already have Hans too.
And then the
And
other
Nursery.
the other good one is there's a caster variant of Saint Martha, the Santa Martha, who's
I'm just
actively got really great utility for people like finishing fights in as few of turns as possible. But also, I don't see you having the build out to actually benefit from something like that ever.
no, and Saint Martha is like she was perfectly fine as a servant. She just didn't. She was perfectly fine. Ironically, I've actually become more fond of Nightingale out of the Santa servants. Like Nightingale, besides Karna and Ketz, has become my favorite one of the Santa servants.
Well, that's good.
And
That's actually really good. Let me tell you, because there's going to be a free Nightingale that comes in that welfare shop, and let me tell you, you're going to need it.
no, Nightingale's been great. Honestly, like I have like, and the thing is, it's not that I won't borrow these servants if they're what's needed to like get through a fight. It's just I will try to do everything else first,
By the way, if it's at all within your power, please do try to finish or do some more work on that Zufu. Now that you have Odysseus, I do actually want to show you how to use Odysseus once you have him leveled.
But I don't have the mats for Zufu.
Get them.
Should I buy them?
No. Play through the Draco event. I don't think the Draco event. It might be a bit of a grind, but it's pretty straightforward. And then we'll see where you're at after that for Zufu.
Okay, I was gonna say no, because like the only reason why I have because I was gonna level up Jufu more, I just don't have the mats I need for Jufu. Same thing as I don't have the mats I currently need for Odysseus to get him up to 90.
I mean, with Odysseus, it might. What mat are you missing for Odysseus?
I'm missing 2 mats for Odysseus. I need.
You're at the final ascension for Odysseus. I could check.
Yeah,
that.
I'm at the final ascension. I am missing the Rider Gold statues and the Phoenix Feather.
Oh yeah, you'll be able to do Odysseus just by eventually just playing the game because those Rider Golds will come to you, and yeah, now you're fine.
For Jufu, let me check.
Zufu, I actually need to know which mats you're missing because it might
Assassin, Silver Assassin.
That's right.
I've got
You'll
plenty
get
of
those.
casters. I don't have any assassin bits because I used them all on Koyan and Cleo before I got Jufu.
Hang on, I'm gonna check the Draco event, see what's in its shop because if you play that event, there's a good chance you'll be able to get all that stuff that you need. Why did I look up Draco event? Lilim Harlot. Because you are planning to play that for Satanta. I just need to see what your
Yes.
what the spillover could be from extra stuff you'll get.
Yeah.
Guess
do
what's in the
exactly
shop?
what-
All the mats you in the shop for the Draco event for Lilim Harlot is going to be all the mats you need for Zufu and for Odysseus. Phoenix
Yeah.
feathers, all of the statues for Rider and Assassin. Although I think you'll
I'll be
need.
able to get it then.
Hang on. I need to look at Zufu because you've only ascended Zufu once. You might need those riders as well for Zufu.
No, I have caster on the list of things I need.
Okay, you need Caster and Assassin. Okay.
And I have plenty of caster. I've got like 23 of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's specifically assassin that I'm like stuck on. It's not the only servant I'm stuck on.
Yeah, unfortunately, servants, you're going to get stuck on things a lot unless you play out like the events. Even if you only have, like, I don't play to like shop completion every event, but I at least tap through the story and do like grind like I run the nodes like 3 times a day to kill my AP for as long as I have energy to play the event, which is usually only for like a week or two.
Yeah.
Out of like the
At
3-week
least I've
event.
got a new focus, so hopefully.
Well, I think the problem is that you don't have a lot of easy farming methods.
Yeah. For me, everything is a bit of a slog, you know?
It's not that you can't have easy farming methods. It really will come down to what you manage to get on Lucky Bag and Destiny Order this year. Because the problem right now is if you can get yourself a... Like, I was a little disappointed you didn't get Waiver, because Waiver would have made things a little bit easier to get things going for you.
I tried so hard, and I'm gonna, like, on the 22nd, if I have enough courts, I'll summon whatever I have left on the 22nd for him.
Yeah. But
it just may not be much.
what you need to make farming quicker, at least in the early game, and make like early events go really fast, is you kind of need what's called a neutral looper, something that can farm against most enemies without having any risk at all of disadvantage. Most classes are going to be fine to do. Like you could probably, well, you typically want something that's doing more damage.
Yeah. So
while you have loopers that could. And the other thing is you just don't have a lot of looping support. And that's...
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is there's just a few things that if I could get over the next like 6 to 9 months would really help.
Let me go to the FGO tier list here. I do want to take inventory of what you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need me to...
No, you don't need to pull up your FGO.
I'm already on my FGO.
Oh, whatever. Cool.
I have been for a while. Just because I was flipping through checking my ascensions.
You have Here's the funny thing. You have kind of what you need for some really, really jank arts looping.
Yeah.
You just have to work on your Zufu, and then Koyan will help a little bit. Though Zuge is significantly better for that than Koyan would be for jank arts looping.
Like I said, I'm trying for Zuge. It's not my fault he didn't come.
Yeah, no, I know it's our fault.
Yeah.
Honestly, once you get your Zuge, it becomes a lot easier. Like, you could pull off jank arts looping. If you get even one of the Scotties, you could pull off some jank quick looping. You could pull off some... Sometimes you can actually pull off some pretty stable Buster looping.
Yeah.
Your Buster...
I have no clue what I'm going to do with Odysseus.
Odysseus works as a jank arts looper, actually. That's kind of why I'm like, yeah, if you get Zufu skilled, and if you can... I might be able to make Odysseus do some things that are kind of impressive, or at least make things go a little bit quicker for you. Even without waiver, you can still make it work. It just won't be that clean.
You know what I might do over the next couple days? Because I've got some free time, and I'm not going to be streaming next week.
What might you do?
I might do a little bit of event farming.
If you want to, there might be something you need in the event shop right now. I would say, like, don't go too hard on it, because there's no servant to get in the current event, and you don't need to read the story, and if there's nothing in the shop you need, don't worry about it. I would go a lot harder on the next 2 events. Lilim Harlot for sure, because you want Satanta. And the one after that's another lotto, like that Narrow Fest you played.
Yeah, but the event shop right now has some of the mats I need for leveling up skills on Odysseus, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, which would be nice. I got all of his skills to level 4, and then I got stopped by the fact that I have no horseshoes left. Use them all on something else. Don't even know what, but I do not have any. I don't even have one.
I actually want to get a good look at... Do you have... Because you're close to having... Like, if you get Zuge, you have some things that can do Buster looping. Or you have a setup that could potentially do Buster looping on some servants. But do you have servants that can Buster loop right now?
Who are you thinking of?
So ignoring EX, because EX, those servants are entirely... Like, one you have and the other one's Oberon, that's pulling teeth right now.
Because I'm looking at my servant inventory right now.
To my knowledge, Arjuna Alter's only going to work if you pull Oberon for the return looping. You still get some fun stuff out of him, but you're not going to be able to farm like exclusively with him. You have to work out other strategies.
And I don't have Arjuna Alter. So.
Yeah, no, if you get him, though.
Yeah.
Casku eventually will be able to do some interesting stuff for you.
My Casku is currently fully ascended.
Yes, yeah.
That should boost his skills, but he is fully ascended.
Well, yeah, he's not going to be able to do a lot. He's actually pretty bad right now for you. He's not doing that much. But eventually, he becomes a really great farmer that can pretty much farm with... You might be able to farm with what you have, just if I really went through it. Nothing else on this A+ tier you have. And the stuff down here, more than likely, you're going to need Oberon for... There might be some stuff here that you don't need him for, but... Yeah. You can kind of loop with some of these guys. I think a lot of them really do rely on Oberon. Iskandar eventually can loop, but you need Oberon. That's the problem. Is Oberon makes it so like some of your servants will be really, really good and be able to do make farming easy for you. But right now, like the servant pretty much needs a 50% battery to loop without Oberon. So your options are right now. You have Casco. That's what you have right now. You have Casco. Yeah. That's why I'm a little bit less enthused about Buster farming as opposed to getting Jank Arts or like a Jank Quit going.
I keep forgetting I have that rider.
Arts is the easiest one to get into. Because you have Zufu. And if you're just trying to kill some farming nodes, I could show you how to use that to push through stuff. But do you have any farmers that are arts farmers? I want to go arts AoE. Arts AoE, that's what I need. If you get Summer Ibuki.
Yeah.
Summer Ibuki is literally the best arts farmer there is right now.
Summer Ibuki is Berserker Ibuki, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the Ibuki I'm going for on Destiny's order.
Yeah, she's not the one currently on your list.
Well, she is technically, but I've also got Arjuna in that section. But I also have Ibuki up in Saber, and I think I'd prefer Saber Ibuki and Berserker Arjuna.
Berserker Arjuna is really good too. The problem with the Berserker Arjuna is he's a lot. There's an extra tooth I gotta pull to make him make farming easy for you. I'm trying to pull as few teeth as possible here.
Is the tooth Oberon?
The tooth is Oberon. Oberon literally makes everything in the game easier farming-wise, no matter which type of card you're using.
If it makes you feel better, much like Altera, I am now ambivalent to him. I am no longer antagonistic towards him.
That's fair. I just... Unfortunately, without an Oberon, there's a lot more finagling that I have to do to make certain servants work. Without Oberon, there's a lot fewer servants that we can make work without doing real funky shit.
See, Dakota Joy agrees Saber Ibuki would still be pretty good for my current list.
Oh yeah, Saber Ibuki's great. Saber Ibuki's, but Saber Ibuki's is just a different type of servant than Berserker Ibuki. Saber Ibuki, I want to say single target and a boss killer.
Yeah.
Like, there's real good uses for Saber Ibuki. She'd make some fights in the game really easy. She solos one of the harder bosses in the game.
Yeah. Well, and then obviously there's also, like, the slight current limitation of, like, if there is a really strong servant, but I don't know who they are yet.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, thankfully and not so thankfully, you know all of the great supports at this point.
Yeah.
It's just that you don't want most of them.
hey, give it like another year or so. Like, give it the same amount of time you gave to Altera, and then maybe I'll feel, better about pulling an Oberon.
The only way I think I make you feel better about pulling, say, an Oberon or a Castoria is when we hit Shimosa, and I have you do those fights, and you get to see, like, the worst
Well,
of what you're doing right now.
I can tell you right now, you got a better chance of getting me to like Oberon than you do Castoria.
Yeah, Castoria is arguably the better one to get you to like. That's like the other two.
But-
That's the
But
that,
she's harder to get me to like because there's so many Artorias, and she's not one of the ones I currently like.
Here's the thing, like I don't think you'll hate Castoria once you hit her chapter. Her chapter is just that far into the game to where it's not even a speck on my mind right now, like that play.
Dakota Doyle says Saber Ibuki is an AoE.
Oh, Saber Ibuki and AoE? She just has a really good kit. Like I don't use Saber Ibuki myself, but that's interesting. I haven't used Saber Ibuki myself. But I know she has a good kit.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. You've got a better chance of getting me to grab an Oberon than you do with Castoria. But like if that is the solution, I'm not gonna not borrow one. You know.
Yeah, and you can make certain things work with Castoria Borrowed is really good if we ever need it. Like I'm going to show you how to use a Castoria Borrowed for most situations as we need them. And while it's a little harder without having your own Castoria, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, like I mean, sure, I prefer to brute force my way through it with one of the eye candies that I like. But that doesn't mean I'm completely unwilling to do what needs to be done to progress the story. Because if there's one thing I hate more than any servants that I dislike, it's getting stuck on a fucking fight.
Well, I think the problem is like when I look at the servants you have, the reason why I'm more pushy on Oberon than Castoria is because anything I need Castoria to do, I can probably finagle without Castoria right now for you. The same is not necessarily true for all the stuff with Oberon. Like, you want to make Ozzy cracked? Oberon. You want to make God Arjuna cracked? Oberon. You want to make your...
Hey, hang on. Do you mean Ozzy or Odie?
Ozymandias.
Oh, okay.
Oberon. You want to make jank things work where you don't need to have your own Castoria? Oberon. You want to make jank quick stuff work where you only have one or no Scotties? Oberon. Oberon is just utility-wise not as good as Castoria, but more useful in terms of doing more for you right now with what you're willing to have.
Fair. But chat, what you need to understand is that there are only two Oberons, right? Regular Oberon and Summer Oberon.
No, there's one Oberon.
Oh, is it just a costume? Oh, because he's a male, it's just a costume. So there's only one Oberon. There are so many Artorias. And at any given time, I will take Arthur, Ruler, or MHXX and MHXX Alter as my preferred Artorias, regardless of their utility. Oh, and the Lancer and Lancer Alter. Yeah.
You want your salmon perfectly seared? Oberon.
Hey, I like my poke raw. Thank you very much, Quipper.
I think the problem is that a lot of these FGO like support servants like Oberon, Artoria, Scotty, and you have Koyon, or even some of the older ones like the Merlins or Tomomo. It's not so much that everyone loves these servants that they're using, although Castoria has her own big fan base because of her being a main character in the longest chapter in FGO. It's most like the reason why so many people have them and why they're all over the friends list, why you see them almost littering your friends list, is because they're enablers. People like it. If you have the right supports, there's almost no bad servants in the game. Like, there's a few that are dog shit. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not defending Archer Arjuna. But most of the servants you want to use, you can use, and they're doing cracked things, except for in the literal hardest fights.
That's fair. I don't know. I mean, look, you could always try to accustom me to Oberon or Castoria the same way that you did Koyan.
Honestly, with them, eventually, once the content gets harder, I'm going the Super Orion strat, which is let you flounder yourself and then show you the stupid shit they're doing.
Yeah, no, because like here's the thing, Koyan was fine when we first did the video, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't have I thought Koyan was cool, but I wasn't particularly gung ho about Koyan, you know. And then I got Koyan, and then she was like the front of my team since, and now I'm like, hey, I really like this character. She's great. She does so much for me.
Look, I have a lot
You
of love
know?
in my heart for Koyon, and that's just because that's like the one piece that you have where I'm like, oh, thank God, some of this content might be doable. Nah,
You know.
you're fine right now because you're more or less playing in the meta that existed at the time. Like, you're not using Koyon optimally, which is fair. You really don't need to. And most of the things that you're finding hard, or you're finding hard because you're not playing the way FGO is played now. Like, I joke that I could clear that demon pillar you cleared with 0 issue at all. That's just because I like, if I turn around and start using more recent FGO power creep shit, you do what we did with Super Orion to Gawain, where it's like, oh, if you know the right servants to grab, this thing just, you literally tear it apart like paper. Because the early FGO was not built for these characters.
Very fair.
Whereas your most fights, you're playing like how most FGO players would have played at the time, unless they knew the 15-step meta, which there was a 15-step meta, which was stupid.
No, most of my fights thus far are can be solved with brute force and a pretty face.
Yeah, it's any worry I or chat expresses comes from later fights, not from part 1. You're gonna be able to clear Solomon with almost no issue, and like literally chat or I could probably jump in and tell you the right servant to use to cheese it.
Fair. Dakota Doyle, you are 100% right.
Yeah. The problem comes.
The biggest problem keeping me from liking any of the Artorias that I didn't mention as ones I liked is the fact that they're just all fucking Artorias. It's an unnecessary amount of Artorias.
She's the mascot. It's like telling Pokemon Go to stop releasing variants of Pikachu.
But that's just Pikachu, and then Pikachu in different outfits.
Yeah. Most of these are Artoria, and Artoria in different outfits. Very few of them are their own distinct characters. Well, a lot of them are distinct characters, but in your eyes, very few of them are their own distinct characters. It's the same thought, the same strategy, Seki.
Yeah, but Pikachu's chubby and cute.
Seki, I need you to understand that you are probably in the minority here in not liking Artoria near at all.
I will fall on that sword of hosting up this banner for the minority.
And look, that's fair, but like, I don't want to like complaining. There's too many Artorias is complaining that there's too many Pikachu outfits. That's just
fair,
that's the truth.
Pikachu is the best. You know, 90s fat Pikachu is the best.
Yes, Dakota Doyle, Castoria is the most distinct of all the Artorias. However, the problem is Castoria's distinction is only ever going to be known if you read her story. Which, guess where her story is located? At the butt end of the game. So, like,
Hey.
I know, you know, I can tell Seki all I want. Seki ain't gonna see it to believe it until long after we're already suffering as a comment section in her streams.
Yeah, I mean, look what happened with Xuanzang over the course of Camelot.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just the story endears you to the character. Like, I wasn't that endeared to Castoria as a character until I read Castoria's story. Like, I just used her for gameplay. And there are other servants where I didn't care for them at all, and then suddenly I'm dropping all my courts to roll for them. Do you think I was planning to go into the year wasting most of my summer courts on Don Quixote?
No. Oh, I forgot Don Quixote became a character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only reason I like him is because his story was really good in the story chapter he was in.
Lord knows you and I are both aware of the fact that next year I am going to probably dump so many fucking quartz on King Tut.
Castoria is a bit of a meathead. What's the best spell you can use? Pipe bomb.
I'm gonna be honest, that single line has endeared her more to me than anything you've said so far in any Seki Reacts. She is now above Oberyn.
Good, there's a literal line where she threatens to beat his scrawny ass across a field.
Look, I can appreciate it. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I think the real test is going to be once we hit the part 1.5, because that's when you get introduced to a new mechanic called break bars, where you can't just super Orion things to the face and kill them.
Yes, I remember the fucking multiple health bars.
Yeah, and the events are pretty chill on those usually. Most of the time they're not that bad in events. In the actual story chapters, usually some of the harder fights are just brutal with those. Like you break one and oh look, they're dropping an NP on you immediately, or you break one and oh look, now they have a new buff that changes the way you need to do this fight altogether, and you now need a specific skill that you maybe didn't think about bringing during this run.
Look, I remember them from the fucking Avalon farming.
Because you played through the story of that, didn't you?
Yeah.
In the challenge quest, you saw it in the challenge quest too.
I did all the challenge quests as far as I could.
Yeah. So those break bars get formally introduced in part 1.5, and Shimosa is the first time, in my opinion, where they're truly kind of cruel.
Yeah. Well, I've currently, my servants might not all work together with just what I have, but like, I've got enough decent servants to set up with borrowed shit as needed.
Wait, how is Shimosa not going to be too bad for Seki? I can't think of a servant Seki has that makes Shimosa not too bad.
Enlighten us, Dakota Doyle.
What the hell is
how he's wrong?
What the hell is Seki packing that makes Shimosa easier?
I have an answer to that, and it's not appropriate for stream.
We are 4 hours into... Jesus Christ, we're 4 hours into this stream. I'm not worried about the YouTube censors this far into the stream.
Yeah, and I'm packing this fucking dick. That's what's gonna get me through it.
That's what I thought you were gonna say.
Yeah, sometimes simple works best.
No, I have a feeling... Shinjuku and Agartha, I think she'll still be able to brute force her way through. I'm pretty damn confident we're going to get to Shimosa, and Shimosa is going to be suffering.
Oh, well. Dakota Doyle says Koyan plus Shimosa's forced support.
No. I brought a Koyan into Shimosa, if memory serves. Because I got Koyan by the time Shimosa came around, and I was using her with Cuckoo by then. Koyan did not help that much in Shimosa, because a 1 buster support, 2 buster supports on Shimosa's 4 support only helps so much. Like, what the hell is your answer to the fucking Archer in Shimosa, Archer of Inferno? Logically, like, you know how you're supposed to win that fight? You're supposed to win that fight using a Jean or later a Castoria to remove your debuffs so that you're not being burned to hell and back. Seki does not have enough stall supports to make some of these fights work.
Doyle's message?
Did Dakota Doyle send another message?
The lucky bastard. I'm assuming in reference to the fact that you took Koyan into Shimosa.
No, Dakota Doyle is saying you have a Koyan to take into Shimosa, and that'll make things easier.
No, the lucky bastard message came after you said that you took a Koyan.
Oh, wait, I'm on top chat. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Like, I went into Shimosa with a Koyan and a Kukulkan. It's not all the way to having Koyan and Oberon and Kukulkan, but when you have a Merlin, it's pretty damn close.
Well, I've kept you here for an extra hour and 10 minutes.
Yes, you have.
I'm so sorry. Do you want to go?
I'm honestly chill for whenever. But if you want to go, I'll. And I'm just here until the conversation runs dry. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, okay. I don't care then. I mean, if like my plans for tomorrow will wake me up. So. Yeah. I'm going hiking tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh, but yeah, no. I just.
Shimosa is saved by the fact that it's technically not required, but most of the 1.5, none of the 1.5s are required, but also I wouldn't want Seki to skip the 1.5s. Maybe Agartha, but Seki at least has a passing interest in enough characters in Agartha where I can see her still reading it.
Agartha got in it.
Agartha's got Wu in it.
Oh, never mind. Then I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Point blank period.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Anime Japan. Yeah. I'm not going to be streaming those, but I will be watching them. I will, because they're going to be on at humane times this year, to my knowledge. Like, I can actually watch them and not be up at 3 in the morning.
So you should stream them.
Nah, I'll be with my family for most of that. I don't know if I'll be back in time to stream them. And especially when I know that they're putting out strange fake information. I'm not risking that.
Look, Dakota Doyle. A woo for a Columbus is a fair trade. Also, on the topic of servants, I will never use Columbus.
Good, you might never get a Columbus.
Good.
Columbus is a story lock 3-star. So he never gets a rate up banner. You almost never want to roll on the story banner, so you're never going to see him there. And really, it's like Columbus was one of the last 3 stars I ever got, and I honestly wasn't that bothered by that.
Respectfully, I would avoid the story banner just to not get him after he gets added in.
You have to avoid the lucky bags too, because technically every servant can appear there.
Yeah, but the chances of that are so much.
The chances of that are slimmer on story banner too. There's not that many more 3-stars added in the lucky bags.
Yuck.
There's like, what, 2 or 3 Guda 3-stars in the lucky bags that aren't in the story banner? If anything, yeah.
Penta's fine.
Yeah. Scheherazad's also in that chapter.
Yeah, but like, I don't, just because I don't necessarily like Scheherazad's like art doesn't mean I don't like Scheherazade per se.
Yeah.
I know that's like kind of at odds, but I really like the character of Scheherazade. And that was from way before Fate. So.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like I grew up on 1001 Nights. So.
Yeah, so there's 5 kind of 6 Epic of Remnants. There's Shinjuku, which is the Moriarty Holmes chapter.
Yep.
There's Agartha, which is the Scheherazade Wu Columbus chapter.
Yeah.
There's Shimosa, which is the Musashi, the Miyamoto Musashi chapter, and Doman's introduction.
Okay.
There's Salem, which is the Abigail Williams chapter.
And Abby's adorable.
And then there's 2 bonus chapters that weren't originally part of the lineup, but have since been added as part of the main interlude, or added as main interludes. The first one is the Ereshkigal mini, like the event from the Christmas Ereshkigal event with Santa Altera is in main interlude, permanently playable, and is considered it's more or less part of that lineup. It's just short. And then the last bonus chapter is Seraph, which is originally meant to be an Epic of Remnant. It's the BB Sakura 5 Fate Extra tie-in chapter. And that one's actually kind of story important in the long run.
Yeah.
The Remnants, excluding Agartha, even the Christmas story actually is pretty important. Excluding Agartha, the Remnants are all pretty important chapters to read, though.
Yeah.
Even though literally all of them can be skipped and you can go right into part 2.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, Daeon and Astolfo are also characters in Agartha. They're in Agartha. they're around for a lot of Agartha. I hesitate to call them fleshed out characters in Agartha, though. I'm not confident a lot of writing went into Agartha. Wondered why Resh had a deer.
Fair. Have you done your Duolingo for today?
I have not.
Cool, neither have I.
Look, I'll probably get to it after the stream's over. I can't
yeah.
see us going more than another 20 to 30 minutes, but...
Nah.
But even if I don't, I have like 5 streak freezes.
I don't even know if I have any.
Yeah, no,
I used 2 back in like my first month on the app, so...
It is absolutely worth playing Epic of Remnant for the mats alone, though. Dakota Doyle is right.
That's fair. I mean, look, it's... If you tell me to play something outside of the main story, I'll play it, you know?
Yeah, I think, honestly, there's a lot of content I'll probably point to you like, hey, you should probably play this a little bit. I actually might even have you buy the Musashi Trial Quest and play it before Shimosa, since you should have the Rare Prism for it, and they're going to refund you as soon as you finish Shimosa anyways. So...
Yeah, I think... yeah, I need bullets like you wouldn't believe. I have like 5 servants waiting on bullets, and I have had no bullets for so long.
I'll just say, unlike the main story chapters, if you ever hit a point of exhaustion like, Jesus Christ, I can't read it anymore, there's a couple of the chapters you're probably fine, like, okay, that's fair. Agartha's one of them. I think you probably could get away with skipping through Salem, too. Salem's...
Yeah.
But that's...
But Salem looks fun.
It's also
Abby.
short.
Yeah, it's Abby. I like Abby.
We'll get there when we get there, though. You still haven't even started Babylonia.
Fair. At some point, I will probably at the end of this year, I will have to like make a solid list of like servants by priority. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll make like a little flow chart for myself. But yeah, because you know.
It's good to know what servants you want and what banners you're looking at.
Yeah, rather than just rolling for anything that pops up that I think looks interesting, because I'll have less chance of getting anything if I do that.
Well, I think the problem right now is you want Zuge and Ozymandias, like above all else, like that. Your courts are going into getting both of them right now.
Yeah, if I can get them by the end of this year, I'll make myself a little like flow chart of which servants I want. You know, the most. I'll be interesting to see what I get out of Destiny Order, because I'm assuming I just get 1 servant overall out of all of that, because I'm making a lucky bag for myself.
Yeah, you're guaranteed to get 1, and then if you get spooked, like in the normal lucky bag, like in the GSSR, you can get lucky and get a second servant on that banner from anyone on that banner. On the Destiny Order, you can get lucky and get someone, but it's not limited to the servants that you put into the Destiny Order. So, like, you could put in Qin Shi Huang for your ruler, and then it could spit out Summer Scotty instead.
Okay.
If you've already pulled one of the ones on your list.
Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, so that means in what, July for us, I should be getting Destiny Order and a GSSR.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember. Is there a 4-star ticket this year? There might be a 4-star ticket, which that's a little bit more involved. So that's the funny thing is I brought up the 4-star ticket and I brought up to you before definitely the 5-star ticket. The way those work is interesting, and that's kind of when those come out, that's almost like an event where you kind of want to drop what you're doing and get those grinded out. Because basically what you have to do is you have to grind them to Bond 5 and ascend them to max. So basically get them to level 80 and ascend it so you could level to 90, even if you don't go straight to 90. So
makes sense.
Yeah, you have to do that with a 5-star and a 4-star. So when that happens, I'll let you know, and then just get it out of the way. Use it when you play story on stream or something, because those are really quick ways of getting Bond. And just drop pure prisms, just so you don't even risk having to worry about if you have the mats or not.
Just so I don't have to do what I did with fucking Santa Carna. That has scarred me.
Yeah, never save the events till the last day. People that do that are crazy.
Yeah, no, that was... Yeah, because I think you didn't even realize that I was doing the entire event in one day until like halfway through that day.
Yeah. I think I understand the temptation to do it because they don't unlock everything for all the events immediately. I know why you and people would do that. Because sometimes, like,
it's not even, but it's not even because all the stuff wasn't unlocked. Like, I could have been grinding on the lower levels easily, you know?
mm-hmm.
Like, and to be honest, the lower levels are usually a little bit more productive for me anyways.
Quicker to
Because
clear,
it doesn't,
faster
it
to
doesn't
get the
take me
mats.
as long to get through them, which means I can do them more often. You know?
Here's the funny thing. I personally find it more rewarding to play through the event early on, even if I'm being story gated, because that means that when I can play, I'm still making progress. I just
For
got.
Doyle, the pure prisms, I think I've only got like 230 something.
You get more from playing the story.
Yeah, like I have some, but like not enough that I could necessarily like, you know, dump them just to level up a few people. You know what I mean?
Look, if you do that for anybody, the only two servants I'd really recommend doing that are Koyon, Zufu, and then maybe if you have a DP, like if you were to get like one of those neutral loopers for farming, I could recommend it for that because that would make it a lot easier to get other items. But like like just because you want to level like say Skahak or Cleopatra, I wouldn't drop the pure prisms, not unless you have to use them like at max power, especially not in part one when you don't need it.
Yeah, I try to avoid using them. I figure like if I really need some mats, I can normally whatever event's going on has them in the shop, and I can just spam an event a little bit if nothing else.
Yeah, I think.
Ooh, Trigun Season 2. Nice. I mean, I knew it was in production, so like
It's been in production for a minute now.
yeah, but that's because they're you know
They're taking their time.
Yeah, which I can appreciate.
Mm-hmm. I can't do point. There's a couple event types that I just suck at. Point ladders are one of them. I am shit at point ladders just because it's hard for me to really grasp the progression of it, especially because you're like, oh, look at that. I got like a single one of these mats. I got, oh, look, I grinded for 5 hours and got a summon ticket. I'm like, no, I hate it. With point ladders, I almost always do the bare minimum, finish the story and call it there. Maybe I'll go for the command codes if I'm really feeling try hard. It's that type of event, and I used to have a lot of trouble with lottos. These days, I've got my stuff working for lottos. Oh, and the other type of event I hate are tower events, but I'm probably better off at those now than I used to be because I have good servants. Seki, if we hit a tower event, and there will be a tower event later this year, you would struggle. Because tower events are events where you use a servant and then they have a cooldown, like an actual real life cooldown before you can use them again.
Oh, disgusting! I hate that. Look, for me, the secret weapon I have for events, in any event, is just my sleep schedule is shit enough, and I'm usually free enough of the day that I can pour a fair amount of time into them, even taking large breaks in between doing chunks, you know?
My secret weapon for events is just a love for podcasts.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, when I was doing, was it Avalon Lefay or whatever?
The Fairy Night Cup.
Yeah, when I was doing the Fairy Night Cup, I mean, it was just like, log in, do it for like 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes while I'm watching a show, put it down, do something else, come back to it an hour later, go at it for another like 15, 20, 30 minutes, put it down, take a break, come back, go again.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
I'll say Avalon Lefay also probably felt a lot cleaner than Karna too because you had a damage bonus. Karna did not give you a damage bonus, so none of the servers were hitting as hard as they were in Avalon Lefay. Yeah, me saying now. Fairy Night Cup.
Yeah, but Karna was nicer because I had the output bonuses for the items.
You know who's going to get a damage bonus in Lilim Harlot, the upcoming event?
Oh, nice.
You know who's going to get a damage bonus?
Who?
Ku Alter.
Yay! I deserve this. My perseverance.
I don't know how you're going to respond to mission events. I know a lot of the community hates them. There's a good chunk of me that used to hate them because they used to be kind of tedious. I've always liked them though because they're so easy to keep track of your progression on. For me,
What is?
mission-based events, which is
Oh.
like kill like this amount of this enemy, get this amount of this type of item drop, clear a mission in
Oh,
clear this mission a certain number of times.
I hate those. Because I'm not actively playing the normal game itself with that sort of regularity, so I never, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's on a stream day, yeah, that's great. But I'm not, like, you know, I don't do that, like, regularly. I mean, the thing is, I don't play the game off stream. Not really. I log
No.
in, but I really only play off stream for events. And even then, it's like specific events. Like, I'm not really playing the event right now at all.
Yeah, you haven't touched it.
I did. I touched it.
That's fair.
I clicked through the battle-free stuff.
That's fair. I mean, I don't expect you to do a lot of playing off screen. Well, I'll say this: that mission event, that's the next event. That's Lilium Harlot. So
Yeah.
if you're bad at those, you're gonna find out how bad you are at them.
Yeah. To be fair though, it's not like I'm not playing FGO in the face of something else. I actually just very rarely play games off stream in general.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't like to play games when I don't have company, and that either means that I need to be playing a game while on a video call with someone, which basically marks out any daytime play sessions, because most of my friends, you know, work during the day, or sleep during the day because they work at night, and then, you know, chat counts as like company, but like I can't be chat streaming like every single day just to play games. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to be on stream that often because, like, you know.
That's fair. You didn't grow up playing games.
I didn't. I so much did not. Like, it's not just, oh, you didn't really grow up playing a lot of games. No. I had a Nintendo DS Lite, and I got that when I was in middle school, and that was it. And it broke before I got to high school. And that was it. Like, my computer did not tolerate playing games. The only reason I played the Trade-Wind games when I was really, really young was because they worked on my mom's computer. And even then, it was like, you know, once in a blue moon. I grew up with books. I just did not grow up with games. Point blank, period.
I'm pretty
No
sure.
systems, nothing.
If I'm not wrong, like if I had to take a guess, some of the only like I don't know about your Trade Winds Dark Parable games, but outside of those, if I had to guess, the only times you've ever seen an end credit screen on a game has to be Atelier Marie and Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. I finished all the Trade Winds. I finished the first 4 Dark Parables when I was a kid. There was this game similar to Dark Parables called The Curse of Princess Isabella that was a trilogy. I finished the first 2. And then same vein, another point and click hidden object mystery with a story. There was it was like Empress of the Deep. But I mean, those are like 1.5 to 2 hour games where you're just like solving logic puzzles and finding things hidden on screen. You know?
I mean, if I'm not wrong, when you grew up, the most you gained wasn't it on like car rides and waiting for like figure skating on your DS? Like that was the most you gained.
Yeah, like once I got the DS, that came with me to like skating competitions, so that like, you know, in between my times on the floor, I would just pull it out. And guess what game I had?
Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games?
Yes, but one of the first games I ever got, Imagine Figure Skater.
Yeah, she didn't have the highest cream of the crop of games either. A lot of these were tie-in games, and everyone knows how tie-in games go 80% of the time.
Yeah, I had like Imagine Figure Skater,
Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Which I had that one too.
But the thing is, I got Percy Jackson and the Olympians, I think only about 6 months before my DS broke.
To be honest, you aren't missing much. That game, I actually beat that game. That game was shit. It is a shitty Mario and Luigi clone.
Yeah, I think the games I probably played the most, it was that stupid Glory of Heracles that I could never beat. Nintendogs, Imagine Vet, Pets Tigers, Imagine Figure Skater. Um, yeah, that was probably. Oh yeah, and Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games. Except my game was a used one to start with, and it broke at a certain point, so you could only go like a third of the way through the story, and then the save file would just corrupt every single time I played it.
I'll say it's hilariously, even though it's like the one I hadn't heard of, the one that's closest to like what most people think of when they think of games is probably Glory of Heracles. Even though I'd heard of the other ones, because all of the other games come from a very specific era of gaming, which was very, very casualized. It was very, very. It's what eventually evolved into the mobile phone market of games today. Because the Nintendo DS was basically the smartphone of its era for gaming.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays, like, right off the bat, what did you like? Can't you say that like a lot of the like Imagine figure skater like style savvy kind of stuff, a lot of that stuff informs like your taste in like stuff like Love Nikki kind of things?
Oh yeah, undoubtedly.
Yeah, that's what the market transitioned into, was games like Love Nikki for that side of the casual gameplay. Or there's Nintendogs. I'm sure there's equivalents.
Yeah, there's clones. And then like once I got a smartphone, which was like junior year in high school, I mean, I played like Angry Birds, you know.
A
But,
lot
like,
of the DS game library was more like, I'd call them mostly time wasters.
Yeah.
Which that's fair. That's not to be derogatory about it either.
Yeah, not to say I didn't like them, but like, yeah, no, sit me down with like Imagine Figure Skater, and you could easily get like 2 to 3 hours of concentration out of me, where I'm quiet and doing my own thing.
But like with a lot of gamers, they'll look at a game and say, "This is like." Some of that, like especially like single player gamers, but even multiplayer gamers, they'll look at a game and say, "This is like a product on the level of, say, a film, or for gamers like me, like story, like a book." But that's when your background is a lot of like the casual era DS games. Gaming's a lot. I have to imagine gaming's a lot more. It autocorrects a lot more to time waster type games, right?
Yeah. Said, I mean, and the other thing was, like I said, with the DS, games were only ever there to keep me, occupied when we couldn't haul a bunch of books with us and I didn't have people to talk to,
Mm-hmm.
Like 9 times out of 10, give me a book and I'd be even quieter and occupied, than even with the DS. Yeah. Like 9 times out of 10, I'd choose the book instead, especially if it was new.
I didn't grow up with a lot of distinction between books, films, movies, really all of them. Actually, I probably had less exposure to games because I had a restriction. I could only play games on the weekends, actually, when I was growing up. Mm-hmm. But I think, and I don't know if that's usual, because like go to any one person and they usually have a blind spot if I pick games, books, movies.
I always think that's so funny to hear about like people having like gaming restrictions and stuff, because like my parents did a very similar thing to me, but never with games, with access to books.
It's because you had an addiction to reading. Guess what? Yeah. I had an addiction to as a kid. My parents caught me playing Pokemon Diamond and Pearl instead of doing my math homework.
Yeah, whereas there was like a point where my parents like put literal like combination locking doors on the fronts of my bookcases so I couldn't open them until I had either cleaned my room or like done all my homework.
Guess what? That's what happens when you read Percy Jackson and the Olympians instead of doing your math homework, baby Seki.
Yeah. Hey, by the time my parents were concerned about me not doing math homework, I was long past Percy Jackson.
It was far too late. You'd already failed Algebra 1.
Algebra 1. Get fucked. I technically did not fail Algebra 1.
Sorry. Pre-calc.
Technically. I dropped out of that before I failed it and dropped back down to Algebra 2. Plus, my problem, as I've been told many times by multiple different math professors, my problem is apparently not that I'm bad at math. It's that I would just prefer to be doing anything but math at any given time.
But like, if I were to go to Realm, we can all identify where Realm's weak spot is between those three mediums.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is I also didn't have a lot of access to TV and movies until I was in high school outside of what my parents watched. Yeah.
Like, usually people latch onto one of them, maybe two of them. I latched onto all three, and I know I rarely see people that get into all three.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not me.
As a kid, I mean. Like, I'm sure now that, like, perusing the nerd space, there's plenty of people that do movie, TV, video games, and books. Like, that's not uncommon in the nerd space. But just in my everyday life, no.
But, like, famously, as a child, I was once so absorbed with a book I was reading that I completely missed the fact that a tree fell on top of my neighbor's house. And my parents went running outside because of the sound.
Can't say I've ever been that absorbed in anything.
Yeah, no, put me down with a book I'm interested in, and I genuinely can block out the entire world around me to actual, like dangerous situations. Like a full-grown tree falling on the neighbor's house. Like, if that tree had fallen in a different direction, it would have fallen over my bedroom.
Seki, Dakota Doyle filled you a question in the chat. How much are you looking forward to starting Babylonia?
I'm actually pretty excited to start Babylonia. I would have genuinely started it next week if I hadn't had other plans.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I'm the one that told Seki that she could take the week off at FGO this week for streaming if she really wanted to, because it was probably the best time to do it between chapters.
Yeah, it's also that I'm not going to be home this week, like, pretty much at all.
Yeah, you had 2 streaming days, and you were throwing around either FGO or Atelier Marie, and I was like, no, do Atelier Marie.
Yeah, so I took this week off to do those 2 things, and then next week I'm also going to be off because I'm not home.
And it was a good week to do Atelier Marie, too, because you finished up Atelier Marie, you finished up Camelot the week prior, and now the only game you still have sitting is The Witcher, and who knows if how long you'll continue that one for.
Actually, I also managed to break into a new chapter last week in Witcher.
Oh, hey, what do you know?
Yeah, so now I'm officially in chapter 3. I walked out into the quarter of Vizima that I now have access to, and a man immediately said, "Look, it's a Witcher. Hide your wives." So actually, I've made a fair amount of progress in all the games I was playing last week.
But because you're now between games with Atelier Marie done and between FGO chapters, just your break that you needed to take next week ended up falling on a perfect time, kinda.
Yeah, I'm not really interrupting any of my own plans. Witcher's not really something that I have to be zeroed in on. Apparently, like I'm finally back to making like genuine progress. And I mean, like, here's the thing. I've said it to Nick Nack before. If Witcher ever stagnates to the point where I'm not really enjoying streaming it anymore, I will just stop streaming it, finish it on my own time with, like, the help of guides, and then move on to Witcher 2.
Okay, will you finish it on your own time with the help of guides? I'm going to be honest here. I've never seen anything you've ever said you'll do on your own time after streaming it ever get done.
Excuse you, I know what you're referring to. But also, no, yeah, because, like, look, if I have the part of the reason why I don't sit on guides on stream is because I would just be silent looking down at my phone half the time before going and doing something. I can play a game that is one of the few ways that I am able to play a game on my own without other people, is if I'm, like, going off guides to try to figure out where like, if I'm not, like, lost on my own, you know what I mean?
Oh shit, well let me send you the Ace Attorney guide.
Yeah, like genuinely, if I've got, like, that incentive and, like, the interaction with, like, the guide and whoever's writing it, yeah, I can push my way through a game. That's not that hard.
So what you're
It's
saying is
when
I
I'm-
need to send you the Lilim Harlot guide for the next FGO event, and then you're going to proceed to not be able to do any of it because you don't have the tools they're talking about.
I mean, to be fair, that's how I got through certain parts of like Baldur's Gate Act 3. Because there's just like if you think Act 1 has so many choices, knick-knack, Act 3 is so much worse. It's like there's so much to do and there's no specific order to do it in.
I just can't with Baldur's Gate. I don't know what it is. There's a mental block somewhere in Baldur's Gate for me. And I think I'm just not great with open-ended games where, like, the story can go 5 different directions depending on the choices you make. I'm learning I'm not great with that.
It's interesting because I think in terms of, like, the amount of things you can do in the acts, Act 2 is definitely the most guided. Like, Act 2 is intensely guided, and there is an order to the things that you need to do. In Act 1 and 3, that is not necessarily the case. In Act 3, it's the most random. Like, you can do anything in Act 3. But in Act 2, it's very structured. And in Act 1, there's, like, it's generally determined by your level, right? Like, what you can do in what order.
Mm-hmm.
3 is not like that. Once you've hit, like, level 11 or 12, it doesn't fucking matter what you're gonna do.
See, you say that, Tacos, and I know you put the dash sarcasm there, but I do have to explain myself there why I'm fine with visual novels and not so fine with something like Baldur's Gate. It's because FGO, when it goes 3 different directions, you almost just get to pick which direction you're going. And then you just go that direction regardless of the choices you make, and very minimal decisions actually make a change in the actual overarching story outside of maybe determining your ending. No. I don't need to know, like, be able to custom pick which of my party members amongst all of them get to die by the end of the story.
Yeah, that's fair. You would hate The Witcher.
Yeah, I'm just...
You would hate Witcher. Because that is exactly what I was struggling with for so long in Act 2, was that there was no structure to what I needed to do where, and I could do anything, and there was no guidance.
I don't so much...
And choices you make do affect the story of Witcher.
Yeah, I don't so much mind no structure. Like, I've beaten Breath of the Wild. I didn't get that close to beating Tears of the Kingdom, mind you, but that's just because I had a lot of other games come up on, like, Breath of the Wild. But I can play games that have very little structure. It's when I start having FOMO over every individual decision I'm making.
Yeah, well, apparently there was a way I could have stopped one of the characters in Act 2 from dying if I did the quests in a certain order. Didn't do that. Because
then it's like, oh, wait, this particular set of choices leads to this really cool outcome? Awesome. I don't want to have to replay the game, like a 70, 80-hour game in order to get that outcome again. God damn it.
I've got a friend who really wants me to play Helldivers.
Helldivers is kind of funny, actually. Like, I don't know how much you're going to like it because you're not a shooter person.
Here's the thing. Much like Baldur's Gate and Witcher, right? I've never played a shooter. I don't know if I'd like it or not. Like, I didn't think, like, I thought Baldur's Gate was going to be similar to The Witcher in terms of play, and it's not. And I didn't think I liked turn-based stuff at all. I thought I preferred stuff like Witcher, and I very quickly learned after playing both games that I much prefer turn-based things, and much less prefer, non-turn-based combat.
I feel that.
The anxiety is unpleasant.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I have a harder time with real-time combat. You can see it in me as I'm playing Fate Extella. Like, I just suddenly am not paying attention to chat, and I'm like in there panicking at every individual thing happening. Compared to me playing Fate XGC, I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, no, because, like, genuinely, there have been parts in Witcher where I'm just, like, quiet and panicked while fighting a bunch of enemies that keep spawning, because I'm like, this is not it.
The most action I can get is like a Xenoblade. Like, that is the most action I can get before I start panicking. Samurai Remnant, I didn't have that big a problem with. I don't know why I didn't have that big a problem with Samurai Remnant. But I'm usually really, really shit at action games.
I think that Samurai Remnant for you probably ticked other boxes higher than the demerit from it being that type of game.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's, it's a Fate game, and it's like covering a bunch of servants that you really liked and a really interesting period of history, and you like how it was written and all that kind of stuff.
Maybe it's just that I don't like micromanaging my action.
Yeah, that too. I don't like micromanaging.
Samurai Remnant is not a very micromanaging game. You hit enemy, you avoid hitting enemy, and you dodge when they want you to dodge. As opposed to something like a Fate Extella, where it's like, oh, no, I now need you halfway across the map to kill this thing. Otherwise, if you don't get it in the next 3 minutes, you lose. And you have to restart this last 20 minutes you've been playing.
Like combat, like Atelier Marie Remake, where within 5 minutes of playing, you're so overpowered for every enemy that you just bonk them until they're gone.
Atelier Marie is a classic style turn-based RPG, right?
Yep.
I don't think the other Atelier games stick to that, do they?
So they do, I think, up until Ryza. So from what I understand, because the time mechanic also disappears in Ryza.
No, Dakota Doyle. No, Dakota Doyle. I'm not playing Mass Effect.
Which is why I picked up Ryza, because Ryza is a significant turning point of the franchise where they changed up a lot of the way that the games are played as opposed to the older ones. I think for certain Marie through at least Mania Chemia had very similar styles.
Because I had no idea the old games were turn-based. The only experience I have with the Atelier franchise is seeing a couple streamers play Ryza. I was actually kind of interested in the new one. Is it Yumiya? Atelier Yumiya?
Yumiya, the one that just came out.
The problem was, and like I saw it this week, and I'm like, man, that looks interesting. And then I look over and see that 70 to 80 hour Xenoblade game that's currently staring me down and arriving in the mail in a couple days.
Hey, I think my plan is if I end up liking Ryza, I probably will pick up Yumiya.
Yeah, I figured.
That's my thought. Just because I would like to pick up some of the older games and play them before I play Nelka. Dragon Age, I have all the Dragon Age games now, Dakota Doyle. They are actually on my list of potential streams.
Knights of the Old Republic playthrough is not off the table. It's just because I'm a Star Wars fan, though.
Technically, it's also on my list of things as well.
That's just because we memed that into existence between Bakage and I.
Unfortunately, yeah. Kingdom Hearts is also not off the table.
Yeah, I've been trying to get her to play Kingdom Hearts 2. Or not Kingdom Hearts. Not Kingdom Hearts 2, but Kingdom Hearts as well.
Yeah, neither is one of the new Final Fantasy VII remakes.
Well, you would want to play Remake, because Remake is part 1, Rebirth is part 2.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean like the 3 remakes that are coming out right now. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Even though 3's not out yet.
Yeah, you would just want to play that sequentially.
Yeah, so I mean those are all on the potential. There is a potential list of games. Like Knick-Knack helped me go through my whole Steam and PS5 libraries and just mark down anything that I'm potentially interested in trying for stream. So, and it's a lot. There's like a lot of games because my Steam library has gone from being very tiny to being exceedingly large.
Honestly, I'm going to be curious to see Seki's reaction to Knights of the Old Republic, because Knights of the Old Republic is based off of a tabletop system, not unlike Baldur's Gate was. It's not quite to the same extent where Baldur's Gate is literally D&D, but it's Knights of the Old Republic is it's based off of the actual original Star Wars tabletop system, I'm pretty sure. And then
I like me some planning and management games. Star
Wars The Old Republic MMO turn-based. Yeah, I actually like the Xenoblade gameplay style. Like, that's weird. Yeah, I didn't think I would, but like I've over time grown to really like the MMO style games with like the specific builds, like tank, DPS, healer - support. I actually like that system of team building in games. So I do eventually want to actually play some MMOs and see how much I like them, because I do love me some Xenoblade combat.
That's another thing, is that there are there are like MMOs and online games that I have played in the past, you know?
Yes, Dakota Doyle, like Final Fantasy 14 is one of the chief ones that I do want to try in the very near future if I can. Because I have a history with Final Fantasy. For anyone that missed that Final Fantasy stream, I love the Final Fantasy franchise. So I've side-eyed Final Fantasy 14 since I turned 18, basically. Sorry, Seki, I think I cut you off there.
Flipped over to look at some of the Atelier games because I thought I might have been partially incorrect. It looks like some of the older ones are JRPGs.
Well, I mean, the Atelier series is a JRPG series. JRPG is not just turn-based.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can, like, identify, you know.
Calling something a JRPG is like calling something shonen.
Yeah.
Like, it does come with its set of tropes, and it's more of an indicator of demographic than anything.
Yeah. I'm a little sad that I cannot play some of these older games, because they look really interesting. You know? Like, there's just a few, like older games that I wish I could play, and I just do not have the tech to play them on.
The first time I played Final Fantasy XIV, there's a good chance I just, like, round Seki and maybe Realm into playing it with me. Now, I don't know that either of them are going to continue after that first time, but I probably will. So at that point, if I played FF14, there probably would be a lot of, like, hey, does anyone else in chat want to play with me kind of thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, like, gaming wise, I think I'm currently planning out the next, like, tour stream like we did with Castlevania and Final Fantasy. I might even do it. Seki has joked about doing Castlevania again since then. I might be willing to touch back on Castlevania because we didn't really tour Castlevania so much as we played Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. So I wouldn't mind taking her and letting her see even older, even more bullshit Castlevania.
Yeah, plus it turns out I have all the same Castlevania games already, and we just didn't realize.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think the only problem I usually have with anything that's like MMO or like online multiplayer is I don't like other people wrecking my shit for no goddamn reason other than to be a troll.
Well, something like Final Fantasy XIV, that's not really possible unless you're like on a PvP kind. I don't know if there's PvP servers, like a PvP kind of like area or something. I don't know if Final Fantasy XIV has those.
Yeah, but it's like something like Sea of Thieves I picked up recently. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Sea of Thieves has that where like someone can just come over and wreck your fucking shit for no reason.
It's like Minecraft Anarchy.
Yeah, and that makes me
nervous.
No, irrationally angry.
Yeah,
I go straight from like, okay, playing my little game to, I will hunt you down, like the dog that you are.
Seki goes full Punisher.
Yeah. No, that's kind of it. A little bit like John Wick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I figured about the Final Fantasy XIV PvP. But yeah, like a lot of traditional MMOs like FF14, PvP is very, very specific to certain environments. It's like the bigger online multiplayer games. Here's another one that has like someone can just screw over all your progress. Fallout 76. Fun fact: the head of the studio that made Fallout 76 had his base nuked like a couple years back out in protest. Like the community nuked his base.
The way that I'd be too mad. I can't. I don't have the temperament to deal with the ability of other people to be fucking assholes.
I think we're still streaming.
I don't have the tolerance, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know me. You know I don't have that tolerance.
No, and you hold a grudge like a son of a bitch.
Yeah. It would be bad for everyone involved.
Yeah. Alright, well, I think at a certain point I do need to end it tonight. This has been a 5-hour stream. A 5-hour Extella stream where I played Extella for the first 2.5, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's fair. We also need to do our Duolingo.
I need to take the dog out before he shits on my floor.
Oh god, yeah, go do that.
He's actually not that bad in the evening, but yeah, I'm gonna get going. Thank you for joining, chat, and thank you for popping in at the end, Seki.
Yep. Glad to jump scare you.
Have a good one.
Bye.